Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors roll dice and play Dungeons & Dragons.
Yeah, we do.
Welcome. I know we had a 2-week hiatus. We had some birthdays. In fact, the twins had a birthday.
Stupid twins.
Awesome. A lot of really amazing community art came out of it.
Yeah.
You guys are ridiculous. I think we'll probably see some of that at the break today. But before we kick into the game, let's get through our announcements for the evening while we also wait for Mr. Sam Riegel. Scanlan, who I think, as we all can consider, is pretty important to tonight's event, seeing as how he's currently being digested in the belly of a dragon.
Oh shit.
So,
shit.
I know. What?
That didn't happen.
Yes, it did.
It's where he's currently interred.
No, it's fine.
Yes, it did.
What, me worry?
No, so, start off our announcements for the evening. First off, I am going to be flying out bright and early tomorrow morning to ACON in Dallas. I'll be out there doing panels and signings, a bunch of other great guests. I understand the same weekend is also Dallas Comic-Con because what the fuck, Dallas? In which Mary and Steve are there also. So don't choose. Come to both. No, but
Wade the waters.
Exactly, but I'll be doing signings, panels, and meeting a bunch of critters that are out in that area. So come by and say hi this weekend, and if not, go say hi to Steve and Mary wherever that happens in the lesser part of Dallas. I don't know if it is. I just like to.
Yeah, there's a lesser part of Dallas, totally. Over with the lesser. Are you guys throwing up because of how nervous you were?
No.
Yep.
Oh, my dice! Where are my dice?
Where are your dice?
I'm so nervous. I don't even have my dice.
Go get your
I'll
dice.
go find them. I'll go find
Travis
them.
is gonna get them.
Mary mother.
Oh, sheer
Wow.
panic.
2 weeks to stew on this, and it's already falling apart. All right.
Exact icy, steely demeanor that I depend on.
I love it.
Oh my god, are they in there?
All right. Sure. Well, he looks for those.
I have extras if you need some.
I did want to also say the newest Dear Abby article series with Critical Role characters went up, or goes up tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow, Fridays.
Friday. And whose is that one?
Who goes up next?
Don't know.
What? Who goes up what next?
The next Dear Abby?
Oh, I think it's me.
Oh!
Hey!
Vex tomorrow coming up. You get
Sexy
to
torso.
see her answering questions
Better
to
write
various distraught people throughout the realms of Exandria, and her, I'm sure, very astute.
I'm a really good giver of advice. I've learned that about myself.
It's true.
More about quantity than quality, maybe?
Possibly. This is very true.
Quantity advice.
So look for that tomorrow on geekitsundry.com. That'll be fun and exciting. Also, for those who didn't catch it yesterday, we had an awesome event at Meltdown Comics with the official Dungeons & Dragons crew announcing, their new storyline, which is the Storm King's Thunder, I think is what it's called. Really awesome, bringing the Giants back into the world with a very fleshed out story. I'm super excited about it, and keep tabs on that whenever that comes out. It should be the next few months, I think. I've seen some stuff behind the scenes, and it looks really, really cool. But as part of that event yesterday, we also kicked off and announced a new video series campaign that I'm doing with the actual Wizards of the Coast Dungeons & Dragons team. Me and Chris Perkins designed together a story that I fleshed out, and I'm running for a series of celebrity guests, one of which is our fantastic Ashley Johnson there.
You're a celebrity.
You're a celebrity.
That was pretty great, guys. I'm not going to lie, that was pretty legit.
Just keep vamping. Keep vamping.
It's great.
until
We're waiting on
Bard gets
Scanlan to
here.
get here. Other guests include Utkarsh, Shelby, Jonah. I wrote all their first names down because the last names were hard to pronounce. But you can look up the actual announcements to get the full names. I'm really bad at this. It's been 2 weeks. Give me a break.
You're busy.
Nah, I've got so much free time.
Here, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a great group, and I look forward to announcements soon on when those will begin to air throughout the summer, because it's going to be a lot of fun. And I get to play in Forgotten Realms, which is something I've wanted to do again for a long time, and hope I don't mess up all the existing fantastic lore that Ed Greenwood has developed since he... Oh, are you okay, Laura?
No, I'm
There's
really
literally upchuck
feeling
gonna
it.
happen.
Oh, man.
Just do it in the little thing,
That's
and
a
then
little bead from
I'll
my
feed it
dad.
back to you like a little bird.
So just go in there.
I threw up so many dice.
I'll talk about our sponsor this week.
You want to jump into that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have a new sponsor coming in, sponsoring this episode of Critical Role this evening. So Travis, you want to take it
Our
away?
amazing sponsor this week is Backblaze. And Backblaze is an amazing unlimited cloud backup company for your Mac and PC for just $5 a month. It's incredible.
What?
We have an amazing representative from Backblaze in the studio. He's a crazy, crazy Uber fan. Yeah, wave to me, baby. Blow me a kiss. He's incredible.
You should check out his Twitter page because he has printed out Flat Mercer and he's chronicling his adventures, and I'm pretty proud of it.
Yes! We're on you. We're talking about Backblaze
your
right now.
name.
Hey guys, Backblaze is a great service. It offers unlimited cloud backup for Macs and PCs for just $5 a month. They're supporting the show tonight. I was saying this in the car on the way over.
Well, please continue. I'm not stopping.
Guys, no shit, I just installed it yesterday on my home computer. It's currently backing up right now. It's an online file backup system for all your stuff. Your documents, your media, your Critical Role fan art.
Yeah, fan
Oh,
art.
that's a good
Your
one.
videos of Scanlan singing things.
Yeah.
There's no gimmicks or additional charges. It's just $5 a month. And you don't want to go to Backblaze.com. You want to go to Backblaze.com/Critical Role, where you can get a fully featured 15-day trial.
How many
Just
days, Sam?
15 days free. If you like it, keep paying $5 a month. It's nothing. Or if you don't, whatever. It doesn't bother me. But it's only for critters. And also, if you go to Backblaze.com/Critical Role right now, you'll see pictures of us, quotes from us. It's actually really cute.
Yes.
Yeah, it was pretty
Yeah.
cute.
And I am such a supporter of these guys that I even wrote a song for them.
What?
It's very short.
Please go ahead.
I'm backing up in back blaze of glory. Take me now, download the truth. I'm backing up. Okay, that's it. I need a drink now.
You did good, Sam. You did good.
We got all the water.
Have donut
in
holes.
there,
Get us
baby.
in the fridge.
Well, yeah. It's
That's fantastic.
It's-
that was really
Well done.
great.
Well done.
it's been kind of cool having sponsors come to the show, partially because they all come to us from being fans of the actual show, and that's kind of, I think, the driving force behind this. We want to make sure that things are on brand from people that are genuinely interested in our community and have things to offer that'll be useful. I can say this as a web series I directed many years ago and spent a whole year doing. I lost all the files because of the hard drive that I had. The external hard drive failed, and I don't have any of those anymore. And so since then, I've been very, very careful about backing everything up. So the service would have been really helpful back then. So don't make the same mistakes I did.
It's been 468 days since my
Yeah,
last.
There Will Be Brawl forever only lives as final video files. It kills me. I couldn't even fix stuff. It still had the watermark on the last 3 videos for The Escapist that I can't remove.
Listening to him.
Anyway, learn from my mistakes. So, do we have anything else any folks want to announce?
E3's next week.
E3 is next week.
Oh wait, no, it's not. It's 2 weeks.
So
from
it's
now.
2 weeks from now.
E3
It's
is 2 weeks from now.
It's 2 weeks
Laura.
from now. I'm sorry.
I believe nothing coming out of that mouth now.
That's a rule in my house.
Yeah.
E3 is 2 weeks from now, and I'm also going to be at Amazing Comic-Con Vegas 2 weeks from now. And Signal Boost is currently in its second week, which is hilarious and amazing.
Yeah.
And you should totally check it out because it's weird.
Yeah, you're like the most interesting man in the world.
Thank you.
It's fantastic.
I've always thought that about you, Taliesin.
You are.
No, thanks. I'm now, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die today. Thank you.
No, you're not.
No.
We are.
Mike's got us covered.
She's gonna heal everyone.
All right, great.
Right, Mike?
So, without further ado,
Say stuff like that.
and no further delaying, the inevitable.
No.
I will not stand for all
You
this
got, a
crap.
little, you got a little something on your nose.
Little thing in my nose right there. That's
You might go need to go to the bathroom and check
yeah,
it out.
no, it's great. So let's go ahead and roll the intro and start playing Critical Role. So, continuing where we left off 2 weeks ago, the intrepid party of adventurers known as Vox Machina, after recently freeing the town of Westruun from being occupied and ruled by the roving Herd of the Storm, which Grog once hailed from, cut down their brutal leader, Kevdak,
Yesterday.
and temporarily restored power to a combination of himself and Kevdak's son, Zanror. An accord was made between the two of you to agree
To disagree.
to go after and destroy the ancient black dragon Umbrasyl, member of the Chroma Conclave, and Mark for you to eventually destroy anyway, but who had currently made a deal with the herd in exchange for goods, gold, and ruling over the town, would let them live and be essentially undisturbed, seemingly. You gathered an army, you forged a plan, and an ambush was set for the next time the dragon swooped down from atop the mountain Gat Shadow to retrieve its package. At this time, the trap was sprung, the dragon held fast by hooks and chains, a giant metallic trap designed and orchestrated by Percival, and everything was going great.
Would have worked too.
The dragon had sustained quite a bit of damage and seemed to be in a rough place until it broke free and left much of the herd fallen, dissolving, and screaming. Also, Scanlan and Vax dimension doored into the inside of the dragon and have spent a number of rounds now deciding how to get out of it, maybe?
Tiny back.
Tiny Vax. Thanks to a potion that does that. You managed to go ahead and put in a immovable rod within its stomach, which held it up for a moment before it decided to truly gain the advantage needed to escape the circumstance, allowed it to tear through its body, as well as an arrow that was shot by Vex towards her brother, in hopes of, I don't know, being a signal of hope, or to put him out of his misery. I'm still trying to figure it out. At this point in time, Umbrasyl took to the sky and began to coast off towards Gat Shadow, seemingly the domain that it's carved for itself in this region. On its way out, Grog had thrown his newly acquired blood axe and his chain of returning into the dragon, left it, and is now being dragged behind it now, dangling as it flies off. And that, my friends, is where we kick back into
When they
today's
move,
story.
They fucked up.
So, let's see if we have, as you guys, Grog, your feet leave the ground as you swing forward, but unable by the momentum pushing forward to keep up with the sheer speed of this dragon and its size, its mass, and its full stretched wings. It is far faster than any of you expected, and it whooshes up towards the mountaintop. You, just looking behind as the ground just fades further and further away. The rest of you, Vox Machina, seeing this happen, see essentially a half of your friends, your party, only one of them visible, now beyond your reach. With that being said, for this circumstance, let's pick up where we were on the initiative order between you three.
Just straight into it.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
we left at a right time for that,
I
guys.
cannot feel the lower half of my body.
Here, how about
That
this?
would be why you
How about
moved
this?
yourself.
Because I can't find the original initiative order, we'll just say for this circumstance, we'll roll initiative based on what action's going to happen here. So I'm going to have you three roll initiative.
I'm on lucky dice. I get advantage of it.
I got 12.
13.
13 also.
Oh, jeez.
Starting off right.
Alrighty.
I think it was high.
The look of disgust.
So-
on his face.
So,
Oh,
as
no.
it crests into the sky, whoosh, whoosh, blackish dragon blood dripping from wounds, you can feel every single tension of its upper torso's muscles with each swoop of the wings crushing against you in this rhythmic pattern. What little bit of air currently has been placed at the top of the stomach based in your thunder wave is all you have to maintain any semblance of hope. There's an arrow in darkness. However, Umbrasyl at this point, who does go first in this order, is concentrating on, on survival and continues gliding upward. You hear a rumble within the inside of the body, and the essence of a growling, angry voice creeps through.
These foul creatures, get out of me!
I need you guys to both roll strength saving throws right now.
What?
He's trying to puke you up.
Or just crush us.
Strength saving?
Mine's great. 15.
15. You manage to put your arms against the side and using whatever forceful arcane cantrips to keep the walls at bay before it actually finds you and you slip out in time. You, however, do suffer 6 points of bludgeoning damage as the muscles once again tense against you. Umbrasil is very much aware that there are now living things inside the stomach squirming around, and as the muscles relax, the voice just growls again.
Try all you want. Don't worry. I can eat you now or later.
Can't hear you.
So we had 2 13s and a
12.
12. All right, so Grog, Vax, what are you guys doing?
I'm taking.
The Bramblewood is now beneath you now. You're heading towards the mountain. You can see the edge of the forest now.
Maybe I'll go first, just in case something.
Yep.
You know the Bramblewood.
Yeah, go for it.
The Bramblewood? I'm holding on, right, with the tightness of knuckles. Whereabouts is the Axed Lodge? Can I see where the chain is attached to?
You can see it curving up ahead of you, and I mean, with how high the sun is in the sky, it's around noon. It's a heavy bit of shadow, and at this distance, make a perception check.
It went 1 and then a 13.
That's good.
Minus 0. 13.
13. It seems to be somewhere around the base of the tail, like where the tail meets the rest of the actual body itself, the torso area.
Shoot.
It is poo.
No, it's not quite in its butt. It's more on the side.
How high am I?
Looking down, numbers are hard for you to pick up. It's a long way.
A long way.
It's a long way.
Well-
Yeah.
Only one way to go, and that's up. I would like to try and pull myself up the chain towards Umbrasil.
All right, go ahead and make an athletics check.
Athletics or strength?
Athletics, which is
Decent
better
strength.
technically.
Not on athletics. I only get it on.
Well, it should. Well,
It's a
your
strength
your
saving
strength.
thing. So
Yeah, it's
you would
strength
get
plus
a
your
hit.
proficiency bonus.
Oh! I get an advantage or a proficiency?
You get your proficiency bonus. You're no
Okay.
longer raging because this is more fear struck
Oh,
at this
14
point.
plus 5. 19.
19. Okay, yeah. You begin to ascend the chain. You get closer to it, and you can now see the axe itself is embedded and is starting to like wiggle and pull out. So you're making your way up to the chain with the full round at this point. You're almost to it, but that's going to be the rest of your action this turn.
Okay.
So what are you doing?
Taking the dragon sword and I am shoving it along the angle of the arrow that's coming in toward it to try to go parallel
Okay.
So-
The arrowhead is still poking through.
through, and I'm sending it along that line.
Okay.
Out.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and make a general dexterity check to see if you're able to be so.
20.
Okay. So, using the essence of where the actual shaft of the arrow has pierced the hide and is stuck through, you take the blade and use your understanding of precision weapons and implements to find the slight opening, and the blade, thankfully, is very thin. Slide it through with minimal resistance. You can see the muscles are still pushing against it, but the already preset wound from the arrow does guide it through, and you imagine you go straight to the hilt, and it's found its way all the way through the wound. No additional damage is dealt necessarily, but it has gone.
Does not count as an attack on the creature?
You said you wanted to put it through an existing hole.
The hole is this thick?
Yeah.
Like,
Now it's this
like a
thick.
straw, and the blade is this? That's not
blade is this thick.
piercing damage? It's not piercing damage? Whatever you want.
Do you want to roll? Would you want to
do
roll
an
an attack
attack
for this?
now.
Yes, I want it to be an attack.
Right.
Yeah.
Now you would make the attack
All
as
right.
the blade. The idea being that you wanted to guide it through the hole.
I'm going to use one of my lucks. I got 2 left. Better.
Did you use any luck for the battle?
I used 1 last time.
Right. So you have 2 left. Good.
12 plus strength, which is low, is 14. The dragon sword. Is the dragon sword plus anything, guys? I don't know that I have the.
+1.
+1. All right.
It's a plus one, and then, and then there's additional damage against dragons.
Oh, and I have to roll. But I'll just say I missed. And then I'm going to take, for my bonus action, I'm going to slide the dagger up along the same line and try to widen that gap.
Okay. This roll will be at disadvantage.
think the last one was too, which is why I just scrubbed it.
Right. So go ahead and make the secondary attack.
Nah.
Yeah. Okay. So the blade's in there, and it's found its way through the pre-existing wound, but you don't quite have the strength to actually wrench it enough to do any real serious damage, as it is a very, very... It's a very hardy and well-defended creature from its natural mass. The fleshy interior of a dragon is almost as dense and as protected as the armored hide on the outside, and that's one thing you weren't counting on when entering its form.
And what did I just do though with the dragon? So did I widen the hole with the arrows?
You've put the blade through the hole, and so now you have that blade lodged in.
Yeah.
You can then use that to try and widen it in excessive turns in itself, and that will prevent you from having disadvantage on the attacks with that blade going forward because it's already in a soft place, and you can just wedge it, but it's going to be a strength attack for each of those rounds. The dagger, unfortunately, you just can't find any purchase in that point right there in the time given because of all the movement and the squishing. You do also suffer an additional 7 points of
Oh, okay, and I
crushing
forgot
damage.
one other thing I want to do. I have movement too. I don't know if I could use this, but can I use my legs to push as hard as I can forward a foot or something? Using, like, I know that with movement over difficult terrain, it's halved.
Yeah.
And I'm in the most difficult terrain.
You are in the most difficult terrain there probably is.
But if I use my movement, could I shove and go like a foot towards the outside, or half a foot, or anything?
Pushing towards the wound? It's
Pushing in, using my legs to go.
Okay, I would say that would be part of your attack next round.
Okay.
Yeah, actual movement within, you would be able to move a few feet, but you'd have to release the blade to do so. Anything with the actual blade pushing forward would be your next action, so hold off for the next round. Scanlan, what you got?
Oi! So, I'm in a beast. As we all know, intestines are my favorite terrain.
I remember him saying that years ago.
That's true.
Back when we first
Give me them
made
guts.
these characters, I remember you saying that.
So I held up that rod, clicked it, and then it was pulled out of the body, pretty close to where I am right now. When it went, did I see air? Did I see daylight when it went out of there?
It was very small. It's the equivalent of a bullet going through because the rod, when it punched through, it's a very thin, elongated object, so it just pierced through like a metal rod at a very high speed.
So the dragon got very lucky and it went through like that, not like that.
Yes.
If it would have hit,
He's very lucky.
at whatever angle it would be, even then, it's only that wide, and it would still puncture a tiny slit. And due to the density of both the muscles of the creature and its body, it took damage, and there is a little bit of blood coming from the wound, you imagine. But it's not like it's going to leave an open, cavernous hole.
It's a cut.
Yeah, it's a cut.
Got it.
But you did see where it through.
And when it went out, I didn't see any daylight or anything.
No.
It just disappeared.
You just saw it through the creature's stomach.
Okay.
And you do see a little bit of blood beginning to pour out of where the wound was.
Okay. Oh boy.
Do it, baby.
I don't know. I got nothing.
Stinking clown.
All right. I'll just try something, and we'll see if it works, and then I'll try something else next time, right? I won't die in one round, right?
Great.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna polymorph into a Triceratops, into a small poisonous snake,
Okay.
and I'm gonna go straight into that wound.
Okay, well, before that happens, you do take 4 points of acid damage from the
Okay.
stomach before you take the form, because that'll be the top of the round. So, at which point you turn into a small poisonous snake, now floating amongst the acids and kind of like find your way along the surface. And you're heading towards the wound?
I'm going into the wound,
Okay, all right.
and I have a swim speed of 30.
Right, you do. Let me check.
Such an official thing.
Out of the box.
But I don't know if it's swimming.
Of
It's
30.
more
This
squeezing.
through the acid it's swimming. Once you get to the actual wound, this
Yeah.
is more squeezing, and that's going to be more of a strength-based
eel.
element.
Electric.
So that being the case here, that a poisonous snake, I'm going to need you to go ahead and roll a strength check.
Sure,
to
man.
Push
He's a
against the
strong
wound.
snake.
Really?
Natural one.
Which, just as a heads up, is a -4 to its strength. So that's technically a -3.
Better. Shit.
Going well, guys.
Yeah,
Getting
you
better.
you just You dive in head first, and with all your snaky might, you slither and slither and slither. You're just getting nowhere. No headway. This is bad.
Okay.
You're
Trying to bite it, dude.
Oh yeah. Sure. I'll take a bite.
Poisonous bite.
Sure, go for it. Roll for an attack.
Like I saw this video on sex ed.
14 plus. I have no idea.
Plus 5.
Hey, that's a 19. That doesn't hit.
A 19.
Can't find it.
The inside of the stomach is not as well armored as outer parts of the body. A 19 would hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
What do I roll?
This would be. Oh no, you don't roll. It takes 1 piercing damage.
Guys, we knocked it down a point.
And it has to make a Constitution saving throw versus your poison. So that's an 8 plus 14
Jesus.
at a DC of 10.
Yeah.
So yeah, it doesn't take any additional. Oh, it takes half damage. So go ahead and roll 2d4.
Oh boy.
7.
It takes 3 points of poison damage.
And it is considered grappled. Okay.
All right.
Plan A, cross it off the list.
All right.
This is a very good plan.
Top of the round.
Very good.
Okay, so Umbrasyl is still flying up, looking down at its form. It's kind of glancing about.
Don't see me. Don't see me.
You're in its butt. How can
He's already climbed up so much. Like,
As you're
can see
holding
it's all
on to the axe, you see before you, just past underneath the leg and the front arms that are kind of reaching down, this giant, dark, looming projection comes down and looks right towards you. The horned front of the dragon head's Umbrasyl stares right into your face and goes,
There you are.
and unleashes a torrent of acid towards you.
Jesus.
Climb under his
I need you to go ahead and
in his butt.
this is gonna roll a dexterity saving throw. You have disadvantage
I do.
because you're currently holding onto the chain, but I believe you have advantage on them because you're a
danger
barbarian.
sense.
Yeah.
So
So
just one roll.
so just roll.
oh god.
That's not great.
It's not.
11.
Do I see them?
No, they're way over. They're tiny little dragon speck in the distance. We'll get to you guys here in just a moment, but their situation's a little more dire and immediate, so I have to figure out what's going on with them right now.
What if
All
we
right.
would have chased after them right away? Really right away.
You can if you want to. Did you want to go after them?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would have chased after him like immediately when it took off.
Okay, we'll get to that in just a minute.
Okay.
As it is the dragon's speed is it can fly at 80 feet per round.
It's really fast though.
Yeah. And it's making double dash maneuvering here, even on at your fly speed on
What
the
do
broom.
great eagles have? Giant eagles, I think, have a really fast speed too.
Let's check
Hang
that
on, I
real
can tell
fast. Giant eagles.
80.
Lady.
80 feet. So the
Yeah.
eagles are able to keep up. Do you want something that way?
So if the eagles were to pick
No,
up
it's-
somebody,
80 feet.
Oh.
I was
Potentially.
I've got
First off, Grog, you
nervous
take
indigestion.
Grog, you take 62 points of acid damage.
Nice.
wait, you have acid resist? No, you don't, because Keyleth, it went away.
It went away.
Oh, why would it go away?
Yeah, remember, because she
I
used
dropped
some. It dropped. So
Awesome.
Yeah, she took damage and
Excited
dropped.
about
I took damage. I'm sorry. It
No
wasn't.
problem.
It wasn't
it
my
was,
fault.
yeah, no, she took damage.
I lost concentration.
So
Blame the dragon that did 40 damage.
as the stream pours past you, you feel your flesh burning and elements of your skin are actually sloughing off and plummeting beneath you like a thick oatmeal.
Gross.
You still maintain your grip on the axe through sheer force of anger and willpower. Umbrasyl slows down a little bit in not doing the double dash maneuver. That's going to end Umbrasyl's turn. So you've sent the eagles after.
Well, no, I wanted the eagles to pick up Pike and Percy.
Okay. Okay, so the eagles swing by.
Wait. Before. Wait. Not yet.
What? No.
Quick.
Stone. Stone.
She's stone. She's made of stone.
Throw her the teleport
Gate
stone.
stone.
Gate stone.
Let out of
Who
my
has
bag.
Pass it to her.
I'm going to hop on an eagle.
I literally am sending the eagles as this is happening, and I dash out of the tree on my broom and go for the immovable rod just long enough to stop and grab it and keep taking off after the dragon.
Okay, so you go and retrieve the rod, grab it, and head off in that direction. So we now have both of you on Eagleback, heading off with you trailing behind, as you can't quite travel at the same speed as
And
the eagles.
I'm going to try and clear my gun while I'm up there, too.
Okay. Keyleth, what are you doing?
You gotta ride. Animal handling. And I'm gonna drop and I'm gonna start focusing on the gate stone.
Okay.
So, situated, I'm just going to try and clear the gun and see if it's an easy fix.
Go for it.
Nope. Gun's broken.
It's broken?
Yeah, gun's broken. I've got another gun, but the big gun's broken.
Yeah, bad news is out. All right. As you're flying off, you're having a hard time with the bumpy ride, as this eagle also has been near death due to being partially dissolved by the acidic attack. The dragon before. It wasn't the acid, it was something else that wrecked it.
Was
Was it the acid?
It was the acid.
it was like a bite or a claw.
I think it was a bite or a claw, because the acid would have destroyed it.
But yeah,
It
they
was-
were both alive
Yeah.
still.
So the eagle's heavily wounded, and due to it shuddering and trying to keep up, it just causes you to end up bending a portion of the actual weapon. Damn it.
Put it away.
All right. You guys keeping up? You're concentrating on the stone?
1 minute, baby. 1 minute.
Okay. So, bringing us back now, Grog, you're recovering from this attack. What do you do?
I look down and I see my beautiful body tattoos melting away like
Oh,
instant
no.
oatmeal. Not even like the nice apples and cinnamon kind. It's like the maple brown sugar
That's
that
my
no
favorite
one,
kind.
nobody likes that.
That's
You're
my favorite
alone in this.
kind.
And it makes me so angry that I go into a rage.
All right. Do recall, you do have 1 point of exhaustion since your frenzied rage did wear off before.
That's right, yeah.
We do
So yeah,
have hero's
so
feast.
you go into a rage.
Oh, but we have hero's feast. That's good.
But I don't know if that helps. But we just remember.
I don't know if it helps at all.
Doesn't help with that. No, you're right.
So I'll go in a rage and I would like to try and continue climbing up the remainder of the distance to
Okay.
Umbrasil.
Athletics check with advantage.
With advantage.
With
With advantage.
That was a 1.
Oh, that's way better.
That's much better. That's a 20. That's a 29.
Okay, you find your way up, grabbing onto the edge of the tail, and you actually pull yourself up onto the base of the tail. You're on the back of Umbrasil right now. The chain is still currently attached to its side.
Khaleesi! Yeah.
Mother of Dragons.
So you are up.
Do I have any more movement?
Sphincter
At
of
all?
the beast.
It's kind of taking your whole turn to really get up there.
All right.
And are you going to dislodge Blood Axe or leave it there?
I'm gonna dislodge it because it was already so weak.
Okay,
already.
so go ahead and make your check to remove it from the. It's a DC 12. I think it's out.
That's a 1. Yep.
Blood Axe.
Dragon crew.
You can't use that dice anymore.
You
Use this
pull
one.
and you pull on the chain, but the reason it managed to hold your weight this whole ride up was it was wedged pretty well into its armored hide. And thank God it did. However, at this point in time, it's proving that that is now coming back to haunt you, as it's really hard to pull it from where it's stuck in the dragon. That's going to be the end of your turn.
Yep.
Vax.
First turn, I'm going to use the dragon blade to attack and slice downward and try to wedge that
All
hole
right.
open a little bigger.
Go for it.
That hits. That's a well, I don't know if it hits. 9 plus my strength for this sword, right? Not dexterity.
Correct.
Oh wait, but it's no. You said finesse.
No, it's
for
finesse with
attack.
this one. We're letting this one be a finesse.
Probably hit him before. So that's a 24, 25.
25?
Yeah.
Alrighty. You carve an opening in the side about 1.5 feet in full length there. As you drag it, you hear a roaring. Go ahead and roll damage on that.
1d8 plus
Yeah, I
your
know, I got
plus
that
your
written
dex
down,
plus
thank
the
you.
plus 1. Okay, cool.
9.
Plus.
9, 12, 16.
16. Alrighty.
And then this is a game rules thing. Grog is within 5 feet of this thing, and I'm no longer at disadvantage. Or am I?
This is less rules. This is more narrative.
No, it's
Yeah,
possible.
you don't understand the body or where you really are in the body of the dragon.
Yeah.
He's not threatening the creature right now. If anything, it's
Okay.
potentially threatening you. This would not be a sneak attack.
Okay. So I'm not arguing. I'm
Yeah.
asking what's possible.
No worries.
So I'll use the dagger to.
Love you.
I love you. Don't kill us all.
And am I at disadvantage with the dagger still, or I just
Uh,
place, man?
I'd say yes because the only reason you didn't have disadvantage on the blade because it was already within an existing wound and you just pulled back.
Then I
on it.
miss.
Okay, the other dagger you go and stab again. This time it hits a dense part of muscle and does sink in enough, but not enough to really do any serious damage from the inside.
And there's air queefing in and out of this slug.
A little bit, yes. And like, it's about that wide. Like there's. Yes, there is.
Okay.
You staying there?
Yes. No. I'm going to slide my body and try to stick head and dagger arm out the side of this, out of it, and hang half in and half out, if possible.
Okay, yeah.
We just made roll
Go ahead and just
34.
make a straight strength check.
13.
13? That's fine. Thankfully, the DC is lower because you managed to carve the large wound in. You plant your feet against the other muscle wall that you're between, and you push off, and you jam yourself through in like the most awkward tiny berth. Just above your armpits, your head and arm emerge out the side. Immediately, a gust of wind hits your hand as you realize and look down. You are
I know, man.
hundreds of feet above the ground, Bramblewood right beneath you. But you are partially out of the dragon.
Okay.
You can breathe.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah.
You take 3 points of crushing damage as the muscle walls around you are still squeezing in on you in your current placement. That ends your turn. You, at the top of your round, your snake takes acid damage. Oh, only 1 point of acid damage. How many hit points does your
I don't
poison
think he has very many.
It may have less than 1 hit point, in which case you're just going to turn right back into a
I
Scanlan.
think he's dead.
Let's find out.
dead.
Let's find out. It has 2 hit points.
Oh God! Oh no! But wait, I took damage last round too.
That was before you transformed. It was the
okay.
top of your round. So.
Hey, I'm still a snake. Well, I'm not gonna try that anymore. If I drop form, is that my whole round?
No, you just let it go.
All right, I'm gonna drop the snake.
Oh, okay.
Snake was a try and fail.
So disappointed.
It was a good idea. It's just not a very strong snake.
I drop the snake, try to get that little bubble of air, and I'll fucking cast Bigby's hand.
Okay.
Sure, why not?
So using that little pocket of air, you bring your hand up, you do your quick somatic components, shout out the phrase, and Bigby's hand appears and is currently being kind of squished between some of the walls of the stomach.
Yeah. Can he move at all?
Yeah.
While he's strength. Okay. I would like to fist the wound. Just kind of like, just jam it, just like find a finger and just kind of like, how you like that?
More fingering going on. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Nope.
All right. So
this wound will never heal.
No.
wow, that's
Yeah.
I don't yeah.
I don't know.
So as part of that,
So is would it be a forceful hand?
this would be a very forceful hand.
hand.
This would be the definition of Bigby's forceful hand. Go ahead and roll an athletics check.
Bad touch.
Athletics.
Well, for Bigby, which is strength 28, so it's plus 8 to the roll.
Very bad touch.
12.
Total of 12?
Yes.
Okay. The finger pushes partway in and gets about halfway up to its second knuckle. And it is just chilling right there.
This is so embarrassing.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Blushing, man.
It's all about phrasing.
Wow. Okay.
All right, that's your turn.
I guess so. I mean, I have movement, right?
You do have movement, yes.
I can't move anywhere. I will. I'll take out. I have climbing stuff with me. Can I move my arms at all?
You can move your arms, yeah.
I would like to take out a grappling hook and just kind of grab onto the inside lining of the stomach.
Okay, make a strength check.
Nope. 6.
6. You take it and ting! It just kind of slips along the very heavy, mucus material lined interior of the stomach. There's a little scrape line, but that's about it.
It's great. It's great.
All right, top of Umbrasyl's round. Okay, breath weapon does not return. However, is going to use one of its legendary actions to go ahead and attempt to beat its wings to shake you off of it, Grog.
Oh God.
I need you.
Are you raging?
Still got the chain.
Yep. I need you to go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Which I have advantage on.
You do.
18.
18. Okay. You take 15 points of bludgeoning damage,
Okay.
which is reduced by half, so you're only taking 7.
Okay.
However, you are knocked prone.
On his back.
Yes, which causes you to begin tumbling off the back of the tail.
Ah!
The wind of it.
Shit.
The chain of returning is still attached to you, however, and as you go tumbling off the back of the tail, it catches you, and you're now swinging towards the
Again?
back
Oh jeez.
of the creature, of the dragon now, back where you started. Only the dragon is very aware of your presence. But you didn't plummet to your death.
That's good.
So that was the end of your turn. Now it's the top of Umbrasyl's turn.
These dragons are hard to kill.
Yeah, imagine that. At this point now, as this has gone on for a little while, as you guys began to ascend it mid-upward, it's now partway up the mountainside, and you can see now the forest has gotten more sparse. There are trees scattered across the top of the mountaintop.
We're close to Gatchet already?
You can see it. Like you're not there, but it's it's going across the forest top, and it's coming towards the actual mountain base. It just hasn't quite ascended it completely.
20-ish seconds.
What about giant eagles with people on them?
Yeah, they're keeping in tandem with it. They're not able to quite
Close
catch up entirely, just due to the nature of the fast dragon.
Arrow range.
Not for her, unfortunately. No.
They're not within 400. We're not within 400 feet of it, are we?
You at this point jumping on that thing, you would just be on the outside of the range if you want to try.
I'll make a.
Fuck it.
Pew pew.
You're disadvantaged in these attacks because you are on the back of a flying, wounded bird.
Don't let the bird get hit by Umbrasyl.
Fuck it. I'm taking a shot. I'm at least taking one shot to see what happens. Oh yeah. Natural 20.
Is it really?
With disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Again.
God.
Do it again.
220s.
18. That'll do. 18, 23, 27 to hit.
That hits. Go and roll damage.
Flames on the side of
My face. Oh, and he still has. No, did I lost text?
You lost text, yeah.
You're doing great, Derolo. Come on. Keep your head in the game.
14 points of damage.
14 points of damage.
The best reaction of all time. You just hissed at Mercer.
Okay. Gun goes off. Shoot. You hear a whiz go by your ear.
What the fuck?
As a bullet hits the side of the Umbrasyl. The head looks back towards the rest
Not
of you,
me.
now approaching at a distance.
Do not
was
let the
not
bird
me.
get hit. You will plummet to your fucking death.
Okay, I'm a.
She said over her earring.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to spend the rest of my attack pushing the eagle down to fly at tree level.
Okay.
Under the trees.
All right. So, the top of Umbrasyl's turn, as you guys are pushing forward and you're still concentrating, the dragon growls under its breath. You can't hear it, you're too far away.
know. She can read lips. I'm so far away.
This way.
Dragon lips.
I just want to know what he's
The
saying.
outer view of the dragon shimmers for a second
No.
and then vanishes from sight.
He's gone
Are we
invisible.
visible?
No.
We're not like Wonder Woman inside the jet.
No.
What about my hand hanging out?
Yeah. You see the dragon.
What about Grog?
Grog is dangling from nothing right now. Grog is just kind of like kiting through the air.
So we can.
So he's still there.
Okay.
So we can
You
still
have
see
Hunter's
where
Mark.
it goes.
You have
Just-
sense.
We can see Grog.
In theory, yeah. If you can keep a beat on him, yeah.
I'm
Oh
enlarged. I'm
my
enlarged.
god.
Yeah.
And
It's very heavy Grog.
Is Hunter's Mark still up?
Is he Hunter's marked still?
He would be, unless because you haven't taken a lot of damage yet at all.
haven't taken any
so
damage.
you still have Hunter's Mark on him, yeah.
Okay. That's good. That's good.
Continues upward. That comes to the next part. Grog, you're up.
Oh my gosh.
I had one question. I drank that potion of speed, and it hastes me for a minute. How many rounds is a minute?
That has gone away. Yeah,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Well, there's nothing to do but to climb
Go
back
up.
the chain.
Athletics check.
Up the chain.
Do 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 do.
Fucking wiener snap.
Yeah, you should.
Do 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 do.
That dice.
15.
15. Alrighty. You manage to pull yourself halfway up the chain. You get back to where you were towards the base of the tail. That's kind of the extent of your round there.
Cool.
The wind resistance itself, and you can see the axe itself. You trying to tug it forward did bring it a little loose, and so its position is still a little precarious.
Might as well say something cool. I can do this all day. I'm really not. Come
All right, facts.
I would like to use my movement if I can with the blade that I used to go this way, and I've cut a big sort of foot-long thing. I want to try to use my movement to reverse the direction of the blade and stab inward.
I mean, it would be it'd be part of the attack to draw it out and attack.
All right.
You wouldn't use your movement. So
Yeah, I just don't want to. My dagger hand's the one that's out. I want to try to maneuver the sword around and just stab inward and just keep cutting bacon in here. I want to attack the dragon, but still from the inside.
Just from
with
the
the hand that's inside.
Okay. I mean, you're in a weird position now where the blade's actually at your side, so pulling away from the body, there's very little strength to pull that way, since you punched through the wound.
Okay.
So you're essentially holding the blade right here.
All right, then if I did this, can I just continue to saw in the same direction and do an attack?
Yeah, you'd be at a disadvantage on it.
Visualize. I don't know what I'm seeing.
You stabbed through, you cut a wound,
Yeah.
you punched, you holding that blade, you punched through,
Yeah.
and the thickness is about most of your body's length.
Okay.
So like most of your body is still trapped in the wound. You've just barely pushed through, and you're still holding the blade back this way. There's no real strength to attack from this position because you're essentially being squished.
Then I'm going to attack at disadvantage with the dragon blade, and then I'm going to stab with the dagger that's outside.
Okay, go for it.
The blade on the inside rolled a 15.
15?
Yeah.
The blade inside, just not enough strength to get it through. You try and pull upward, and the blade comes loose, like comes towards your body, but doesn't actually find any additional part of muscle to cut through.
Okay, and the dagger on the outside is 21.
21. Just scrapes across the hide. It's not strong enough to pierce it from the outside.
Next.
All right. You do also take 1 point of bludgeoning damage as the wound tenses again around you once more. Scanlan.
For my bonus action, I'm gonna fist the dragon again. And try to jam it in there.
Roll an athletics check. Plus 8.
20.
20. The hand pushes into the wound, causing it to tear open and rupture a part of the stomach as it punches through, temporarily leaving an open wound in the side of its stomach area at the point. The hand now, Bigby's hand is partially outside of the dragon now.
Great. Great.
It does. Okay. Takes 11 points of damage from the wound.
Yay.
And you currently have a little bit of light is visible before the wound closes.
Before the wound closes.
Before the muscles retense. Like you just watch it punch through right now, and everything's just like it's the moment of impact.
Has not clenched yet.
Oh God.
I'm gonna jump in that thing. I'm jumping in the hole.
All right, so you leap in after Bigby's hand, just in the wake of it slamming into the side of the muscle of the stomach walls. As it kind of, in that one moment you're rushing past, you could feel the actual muscles tensing behind you. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
18.
18, okay. You manage to leap behind Bigby's hand and grab onto the side of it as the hand punches entirely out of the dragon's body.
Ooh.
The wound slamming shut behind you.
Oh God, I'm outside the dragon?
We're now outside of the dragon.
Shit!
Holding onto Bigby's hand.
Is he flying? Does he stay still? What does he do?
He is flying.
Oh, thank God he flies.
He can fly?
Sure.
Oh, Bigby's hand?
Oh yeah, as fast as the dragon, right?
Bigby's hand can move up to 60 feet, so no, it's slower than the dragon.
So he's starting to
drag a little bit behind as it's moving.
God. Okay, hand can't do anything else, right?
No, that was its action, and that's most of your turn, really, at this point. Okay. That was your movement to push through after the bonus attack. So you have your action. I'll give you your action.
But you're not gonna let me cast another spell, probably.
You have an action, so you could technically. You look out, and as you punch through, you look down below you suddenly after you take a moment to look in, and you can see part of Vax emerging from the side of the dragon.
One arm.
And then the whole dragon and Vax just vanish.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Wait, I see Grog?
You do see Grog dangling from a chain.
Oh, my
slowly
God.
pulling his way up towards the back.
I'm holding onto the hand.
What the fuck?
You are now right there with Bigby's hand.
Oh my god.
The hand can't do anything else.
Not this turn, no.
I just got out of the dragon. I can't. I don't know what's going on. I didn't even know we were flying. So I'm just gonna shoot a lightning bolt at him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Giving it advantage on the dexterity saving throw. All right. What's the DC of it? DC of your lightning bolt?
It's my spell. It's not through the hand cone, I
Nope.
assume. So
you are
18.
clutching both hands onto the side.
18.
18. Okay, it makes the save. So roll damage and it takes half damage.
8d6. So. Uh, 26.
26. All right, so it takes 13 points of lightning damage. The bolt streaks upward, hitting the side of the wound that you just came out of and arcs up the side of the body. Most of it is absorbed from the actual hefty scaled hide of the black dragon, but it does roil with pain, and you hear it yelling into just a very slight shifting of light. You notice the dragon is still there, and you recognize this. This is an invisibility spell.
Okay.
That ends your turn?
I guess so.
All right, so the rest of you guys trying to keep up. The dragon's far out of range of anything you have, and it just seems to be coasting as fast as it can out of the way. So you have nothing, I don't think, that can really go past a 300, 400 foot range. I don't think so. So you're just keeping on that eagle, holding on. You as well, you're behind the others and just slowly falling behind.
How fast can my broom go?
I think it's 50 feet. You have to look.
Is it?
I think so. I can look it up again real fast, but it's not a racing broom.
I don't have a
It's a
card.
Quidditch broom.
It's
The
not a
Nimbus
Quidditch.
2000
Oh,
and
you
a
sure?
Firebolt.
Or of a Fiat.
I'll find it for you. I will
And
look
my
it up
boots
right
and case
now.
don't do shit to a broom.
No.
I will look it up right now, just to let you know, so we can all relax.
Fastest model yet.
I gather that. I'll have it too, talking.
Wingardium Leviosa.
I'm flying. Flying, yeah, 50 feet.
Okay.
So yeah, you can't even see it now, and even Grog's becoming this little speck in the distance. All right, so as that's going on, are you doing anything?
I'm gonna keep my eyes peeled on what I can see and try and keep up as best I can at tree line, like below.
All right, so come back to the top of the round.
Focusing. Focusing.
The dragon Umbrasyl now. Even you are being dragged behind nothing. You can just hear the wings beating. You still have full sight of the dragon at this point. The voice growls once again out of his throat.
Fine. Let's see how well you hold on, insects.
And it begins to spin into a barrel roll. I need both of you, as also its muscles tense, to roll strength saving throws.
That's good.
6?
26.
26. You get swung around the chain, taking the brunt of all the weight across its back.
Oh, shit.
Comes free. Thankfully, you're in an up arc, but you're now arcing in the air. You also get ejected from the wound, from the muscles tensing behind it. It almost squeezes you out. And before you can even get a grapple on, the dragon vanishes from sight, and you're now falling backward.
I'd like to take a chance to say here that when I went into this dragon, I was lost and a wanderer, and as I am shot out its side, I come forth the paladin of the Raven Queen. I have multi-class and leveled up, and the last thing I'm thinking as I shoot out this hole in its side is, if you have any wings to lend me, now is the time.
Okay. As you emerge from the body of Umbrasyl, there is a streak of shadow that scatters into a burst of darkened raven feathers that kind of fill the air around you. You still plummet, but as a nature of your prayer in that brief moment of understanding, it appears there is some reaction. That'll be that element there.
Where am I in my minute?
Oh, you're like 20 seconds in.
Oh shit.
I think
30
the
seconds
view
in.
looks nice.
Are they all falling? Okay.
You guys,
I'm going.
Not me.
I'm in the
you guys now watch as suddenly Grog and Vax just go out of, Vax appears out of nowhere and is falling. Scanlan's being held aloft by Distant Bigby's hand, and Grog is arcing in the air. So at that point now, Grog, Vax, what are you guys doing as you're falling backward?
I take out a case of fancy wine and I am going to pull out actually a fancy robe, of which there are two, and pull it out. I'm going to drop the blood axe, and I'm going to grab both ends of the fancy robe and just make the shittiest parachute of all time. Very much else to do.
Yeah.
Shitty G.I. Joes.
Yep.
Yeah, no, and it's like 25-cent quality, quarter
Plastic,
machine,
yeah.
and like above you, Grog, as you just squeeze your eyes and hold on, plummeting down towards the Briarwood, the Bramblewood. Vax.
Hey, I'm a brand new paladin. Lay on hands, which is gonna do fuck all for me, but is that a bonus action?
I believe it's an action.
An action?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna cast Lay on Hands on myself,
Yes.
and I'm gonna throw a dagger, my poison dagger, at the dragon as I fall. I'm gonna use, no, I'm not. That's a 23.
23 does hit.
Yeah. That is 10 points of damage with poison on it. It's a DC of 15 for poison. I'm sure it makes it.
Yeah, it makes it. I'm gonna have to roll 1 to not make it, unfortunately.
Could I add one bonus thing at the end of mine?
Sure.
Can I see Scanlan and Bigby's hand at all, or is
Yeah.
the world just a cluster?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
It's just kind of glancing around you to gather your.
Full.
Or no, you see earth beneath you, sky above, mountain to your left, and the inevitable plummet coming at you. So,
I'm thinking about my mother as I fall backward through space.
okay. Scanlan.
Distance between me and them.
Vax is about 20 feet from you. Grog's about 60, 70 feet from you.
What's the range of shit? What's my range?
50 feet.
Remember, we're going to be going
back
the same
here now at
direction.
this point.
So
They're falling. Yeah. Vax will hit the ground first.
Actually, oh,
higher.
Oh, I see.
He's higher.
Megan's moved ahead to this point now, as you guys have fallen.
Wait, who is anyone higher than me? No.
I am.
Grog is. Vax
Oh.
is a little bit below you.
And he's not flying or anything, is he?
No, they're
Nobody's
both.
He's
flying.
trying. He's holding a scrap piece of fabric that says.
I've seen Percy make sure I could do it too.
You're doing very well. You're doing very well.
Wow. This didn't go well.
We got
Hoping you
this.
could hold on for a minute.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna drop Bigby's. Because 60 feet is not plummeting speed. I can't catch up to them as they fall.
Right now, you could catch up to one of them.
All right. Because Grog is over me, right?
Yeah, Grog is in an arc, so you would have to like you'd kind of meet him as you fall.
I'll try to catch him then.
Okay, so you clutch onto Bigby's hand and move as he plummets.
Shit! Wait.
What are you doing? What are you doing, Scanlan?
Shit. Vax is below me though.
Yeah.
There's other
One
options.
of them, so it's just a Sophie's choice.
It's a Sophie's choice.
Yeah, but who's on lower points?
Yeah, I would go for Grog if he's above me with the
Okay.
hand. Yeah.
Sophie's.
The hand comes forward, sends out to this cupping motion, the fingers below you, eyes closed, clenching tight. All of a sudden, the wind stops, and it's like you're being held by your mother again, a memory you haven't recalled since you were a child. You open your eyes slowly, and you're still above the ground! Holy shit, but there's a giant purple hand around you, and a very freaked out Scanlan clutching the outside.
Look what you did!
Hiya, friend.
Hey!
Shit. Well, we gotta go to Vax. I'll just start moving us slowly down, I guess.
Alright, though that was the turn to even get to him and
Okay.
catch him, so.
Right. Then, fuck.
You still have an action if you have anything.
I can't see the dragon anymore, right?
No, you have a vague idea of where it might be.
Do you still have polymorph?
Yeah, concentration.
Fuck.
You need to
Yep. I mean, I can make Grog deaf so he won't hear us die.
That's useful.
That seems like a really good use of it.
I've got Grog. Fa.
Tick.
Okay. I'm gonna drop Bigby's hand and polymorph Grog into an eagle.
Okay. So, as you look over at Scanlan, that big look of relief and thank you, he gives you a cursory look as the hand vanishes.
What? What?
I'm holding on to him.
He grabs you real fast, and suddenly, you have feathers! What the shit? And strangely,
Still have a beard.
Giant eagle.
become smarter. As giant eagles have an intelligence of 8.
Wait, come up with a plan.
It's a new day, baby.
It's all his brain is just geometry.
Not good, man.
It's like a beautiful mind moment in the middle of the sky. Now suddenly you understand the instinct hits you, and you have wings. You feel Scanlan's tiny hands grasping the back of your neck.
And I just yell at him, "Dive, motherfucker, dive!"
Alrighty, you guys start seeing this happen in the distance. A little sparkle of hope hits you, whatever it may be. Coming back around to the top, Umbersil's taking a double dash motion. Yeah, he's fast. Grog, it's your turn.
Can I see that flurry of black feathers streaking downward
You do.
to this guy?
It is a perpetual flurry. They're coming out of nowhere. It is just this long visual line of black feathers that are being tossed from beneath Vax's flapping
We're
cape.
going full point break terminal velocity straight down.
I hope I can hold on. There's nothing to grab onto, is
straight dive.
there?
There's just heavy feathers and digging in.
Luckily, I have a grappling hook.
Maybe in my dive position, I could squeeze your legs with my wings. How about that?
You're really smart. You would think to do that.
I would.
Yeah, you would. Yeah.
I would also think, what idiot was just flying behind the back of this dragon on a chain? What a fool.
So as you go into a full dive, that's 80 speed, it's 160 feet.
Okay.
You manage to just crest underneath the plummeting Vax, the trail of feathers, followed by of black feathers, trailed by a long line of brown feathers being plucked out from a Scanlan, feverishly trying to grab onto your back for some sort of purchase. Pain. You deal with pain all the time. It doesn't absolve your focus. Vax, I need you to go ahead and attempt to grab onto the eagle as it swoops beneath you. Go ahead and make a single strength saving throw.
Oh, Jesus.
No, wait, luck. I have one last luck.
This is the time to use it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
21.
Wow. As the eagle swoops underneath you, you reach out. You don't even see it. You're just looking up into the sky as you plummet. The trail of feathers going past as you concentrate on the acceptance you've made to the Raven Queen and the understanding that perhaps if there is a chance to survive, let it be through this leap of faith you've taken in the direction of an entity that you've been so fearful of and scoffed at since she came to you in your dreams. A moment you see the feathers begin to trail off and subside from beneath your cloak, and a voice whispers in your ear and says, "Left." Without thinking, your hand reaches out, without even seeing, and you just grab the edge of Scanlan's cloak.
Oh no!
As you're dragged behind, you behind.
It's worth it!
Breathe. As the eagle swoops up, you can feel the heartbeat, the blood flowing in the back of your head, and your ears are just hot. Oof, 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 as you just slowly reach over and grab the back of the eagle. Is this Keyleth? You don't know. All you know is Scanlan swooped in, and in this moment of need, seemingly, a prayer was answered. So, what are you guys doing?
And you're itty bitty still.
I prefer raven-sized.
Oh, that's right. He's still.
Yeah, he's tiny. That's the only reason I'm not having him tear you off the back of the eagle, is because of his size.
Unless I hear otherwise, I'm making a controlled descent towards the ground.
Okay, you guys see this in the distance as now the eagle captures the falling Vax and then begins to head down towards the base of the mountain where the actual Bramblewood meets.
I guess we head down that direction.
Yeah. Make the eagle follow.
Okay. You guys make your way downward towards the bottom. Keyleth, you finish your concentration on the stone. Suddenly, you step through what seems like being pushed through a tunnel of blue light and energy. And for a moment, all you see before you is Vax's face, his tiny little raven-sized face.
So cute. Yeah.
As you guys watch, Keyleth apparate right in front
What?
of Vax.
Oh,
And go speeding past you as she's now plummeting from the air,
Wait,
having
what?
summoned
Okay,
to your
though.
I'm
side.
technically an earth elemental
Bamped
still.
into air.
She bamfed
Earth
next to
elemental.
him, and then.
Still Earth
Oh,
Elemental?
she's
Yeah.
she's not falling. Or wait, she is
So
falling.
yeah, so you see Keyleth as a giant boulder that appears at the side. You have to dodge out of the way, woof, as this giant rock being out of the corner of your eye just appears before you. However, she just sinks straight past you. From at the same, you're flying as low as you can. You're going terminal velocity, and there is this like this rock entity plummeting at the same rate.
A meteor.
So.
You know, it's a good idea when he was still in the
Yeah,
dragon.
I know. Well, it was.
came in like
So
a
at about,
wrecking
at about 200 feet up, you continue to plummet.
Oh god.
200 feet?
Yeah.
That's all right. That's all right.
All right. You're not doing anything else?
Huh?
You're gonna take the fall.
Well. What's below me?
The very edge of the Bramblewood and the base of the mountain. You're not quite sure where you'll land. You just see treetops and rocks.
all bad things.
Yeah,
But what happens? What's the worst that's gonna happen?
I would just hit 0 hit points as an earth elemental and
Unless
Go
you
back
go
to Keyleth.
way
And then the
below.
rest of the damage would carry over.
right.
Right.
But it
So you're
200
guessing.
feet
You're guessing.
isn't
Eagle?
that's survivable.
It's 20d6.
20d6.
You'll be fine. What's that?
It's up to you. You want to take
60
it?
points.
It's 60
Yeah.
It's 60
It's
points.
roughly 60 points, which and I've got 67 left as this earth elemental.
All right, so you're gonna take it.
Plus hers.
So as you,
I'm
roll-
hang on, wait.
It's gonna look so good.
Wait. If I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do it right.
All right, what are you doing?
I'm gonna ball up like a cannonball and light up my hands that I keep forgetting because I didn't know I could do them in elemental form, by the way.
Yes, you
Thought
can.
it was only beast form. And I'm gonna light myself on fire and go meteor.
All right, you guys watch as the Earth Elemental curls up, forms this streak of flame and smoke behind, and now a plummeting Keyleth meteor goes slamming into the base of the mountain just past you as you pull up from actually impacting at terminal velocity.
Trying to leave an impression.
You did.
Keyleth,
No
you
pun
suffer 76 points of bludgeoning damage upon
Of Jor-El
impact.
damage.
This giant crater is left around your form as now there's this somewhat smoke-swirled Keyleth just sprawled out. in the center of this.
I drop, and I stand up Keyleth in the middle of a giant crater.
Yeah.
That's
Kind of cool.
Kind
Kinda cool.
The rest of you all eventually catch up. The eagle-backed carriers, you on Broomback, finding your party bruised, hurt, and but ultimately survived this moment of the encounter. As you've all had this moment to yourself, Vex, you hear a noise to your left coming from the exterior of the Bramblewood.
Can I see what it is?
You glance off to the side and you can see emerging slowly from the forest what appears to be a single humanoid. Standing before you.
Is he single?
No. You see slowly coming forward a woman, an older woman, an older Goliath woman, missing one eye and missing her forearm, her left arm, right at the elbow. The right arm clutches a very tall quarterstaff that is being used as a walking stick. As she wanders up, you can see dirt smeared on her face, darker dreadlocks pulled tight against the back of the head that dangle past the shoulders, tattoos similar to the ones that adorn Grog across the face and shoulders. She slowly walks towards the party. Let's go ahead and bring our guest for the evening out.
Where do we go? What do we do? Where are we going?
Go around another way. Let's welcome Chris Perkins.
Chris Perkins.
Welcome, Chris.
No, is he coming to this side?
Where?
Where are we putting him?
Right to the edge. Next to you.
Think up,
There you
move
go.
down.
Hi, Chris.
Oh my gosh!
Do you know how to play this game?
Yeah, that's me.
Man.
As she steps up and emerges from the forest, kind of everyone turns and sees the worry on Vex's face.
Vax pours a
It was
drink.
very frightening.
Halt! Who are you?
My name is Shale.
What's your business here?
I was following a scouting party up the mountain.
Oh.
But these old bones don't take me as far as fast as they used to.
Do I recognize Shale?
You do actually. Not very well. Shale has been around longer than you have as part of the herd, but is mostly considered past her prime as a warrior. Since she lost her arm, was set to the side, and a lot of the herd seems to, not value their elders when they become less powerful in battle. But even still, she carries a bit of spit and vinegar to her. But it's been a while since you've seen her, and to see her surviving out here, both curious and honorable.
Shale.
Sorry.
Oh.
You're still an eagle. Grog, do you want to say something?
I will brandish my quarterstaff, my rune-covered quarterstaff, and try to hold this big creature at bay.
Shale's holding this quarterstaff out. It's visibly freaked out.
Down, bird.
All right. I'll drop the form. I'll drop the form.
Oh, thank you, God. Shale.
Grog,
What?
that you?
Yeah, it's me. Right, I know you can't tell.
Kind of a blur.
Oh.
What's on your face?
Oh, it's a beard.
Ah, you've gotten big.
Yeah. Lots of lifting, lots of running, bit and
Last time I
strong.
saw you, you were the runt of the goat ball team.
Oh. Go ball.
You were a runt, Grog?
Yeah, no, like when I was born. She means when I was born. Yeah.
Was he rather small?
He was puny.
No, puny compared to mountains and stuff.
Right.
What's goat ball?
Oh, it's a game you play. You stand on pillars of rock, and you hurl balls at each other,
Made of goats?
made of goat skins.
Oh.
Skins,
Oh.
Wow.
Sounds kind of fun.
And the object of the game is to knock the other opponents off their pillars.
It's more civilized than what we were imagining.
It's a lot of fun, actually.
Shale, what were you doing out here with a scouting party? It seems,
We were spying on the dragon.
did you
Damnable beast.
succeed?
No, the scouting team did not fare well.
Are any of them still alive?
No, they're all dead.
How did you survive?
I was slow and stupid. I shouldn't have gone at all. I couldn't keep up with them. By the time I got to them, they were corpses.
Sound like an excellent addition to our team.
She says, I would have killed the dragon as soon as it came upon us when we first arrived in Westrun. But that damn Kevdak formed an alliance with the beast.
Wait, you think you can kill a dragon?
Wait, what did you just say? Oh,
We knew that.
yes. As I was saying it,
That is how I wanted to die, fighting the dragon.
Oh, it's funny. We almost just died fighting the dragon.
Literally.
How ironic.
Just what we were.
Yeah, we
were
got
just
a good,
doing,
we
yeah,
got a good
it's
hunting on it.
crazy.
Yeah. Well, do you? What? Like, I mean, not like I'm questioning what can you do, because I don't think it's very much.
I'm actually great.
Oh,
I'm just in a smoldering meteor and look like a badass.
Which caught your attention? The large crashing
Yeah.
boom and the.
That was
the-
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I yank on Vex's hand from down below and say, "Pick me up."
What's the matter?
your shoulder.
Can you not see anything down there? I pop Trinket out and put Vax on top of him.
We have to decide. what
Don't
to
you feel
do.
so tall now?
I'm tall.
How much longer is he gonna be tiny?
How long does the potion
I
last?
rolled a 3, so that's 3 hours.
Yeah, 3 hours.
Sweet.
We have to decide what to do. He's gone back to his hole. He's going to rest. He's going to heal.
I just
wait,
have
wait,
such
wait.
a hard time taking you seriously right now. I'm so sorry.
So you had to have been a part of this party for a reason. What's in your bag of tricks? What can you do
I smash things with my stick.
with your stick? Does
Yes.
like magic come out of your stick?
It is a magical staff.
Oh, well that's good.
Yeah, we could use more of those.
Is it a magical staff of dragon killing?
It will be if we get on with it.
Alright.
I like her too.
okay.
So, Shale, did you and your scouting party find out any additional information that might be handy?
Maybe how to get into the
How to
lair
get in?
without it knowing.
What she said.
I know nothing of use.
That's
Oh,
wonderful.
Cool.
You never made it up to the cave entrance, did you?
I made it up to the dead ones. That's as far as I got.
How far were the dead ones?
A ways.
All right.
Well, I hate to tell you this, but Kevdak is gone, and your
No great loss.
whole herd may have perished fighting the same dragon.
Not all of them.
A lot of them.
But it'll all be worth it if we can remove the head of this shitty black dragon.
I agree.
Well, Zanror's still alive, as is his wife, I think.
Maybe.
We hope.
Possibly.
So, how far would you think that we are from his lair?
I'll just crane my neck up the mountain.
Yeah. It's a sizable climb. Gat Shadow. I mean, well, this portion is the south part of the Cliff Keep Mountains, which get higher the further north you go. This mountain is called Gat Shadow because it is dark and ominous and stands out amongst the rest of the mountains. So while the other ones crest at about maybe 4,000 feet up, this one's nearly a mile, a little over a mile high.
Well, we can obviously fly.
I mean, there's sparse trees, most of them kind of dead or dried out towards the top, but other than that, the vegetation is pretty sparse.
Well, look, I'm a little jacked up. I think those two are a little jacked up.
I could use a short rest.
And it's fair to assume that he will do the same thing, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
Go brush his teeth, have a douche, all that stuff.
Well, we're trying to catch the dragon while he's still
Injured?
debilitated, right?
The longer
if I
we
just
wait, the
seems
harder it will
big?
be.
What if I just heal everybody and we keep on?
Yeah, that's great.
Like I don't want to lose
Momentum.
damage that's on him.
Yeah, heal us and let's keep going.
Alright.
Quickly.
It's
How long has it
gonna
been? A
take-
minute? 2 minutes?
Since you guys landed here, it's probably been about 2-3 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we gotta move.
Can we travel a mile up a mountain quickly?
We have eagles.
Do we know where the entrance is?
I mean, even at your fastest pace, I mean, eagle speed, that's
Room
still...
and 2 eagles at this point?
Room is slower than the eagles.
Yes.
Eagle speed, you're
of
looking at
Broom.
about, I'm estimating somewhere between 10 to 20 minutes.
Yes.
If you
It's
go
enough for a short
right.
rest for it.
Shit.
He's not going to go back to full strength, but he's going to go back up a bit.
Right?
Well,
Would we know
I don't
that?
know what he has access to.
You would know, being as dragons are your favorite enemy,
Yes.
and your information on that. Generally, they don't. They themselves can recover over time, and if given, a full day or so, they can largely recover from the wounds that they've sustained almost entirely. Especially a dragon as powerful as an ancient. You would know that because they understand and fear their demise, or at least are arrogant enough to think it's not possible, they will have certain reserves to try and help them recover if they ever find themselves in a dire circumstance. Occasionally, depending on the intelligence of the dragon and what resources it has at its disposal.
Reserves. What do you mean?
Like healing
Potions
stuff?
and stuff.
Like some
Shit ton
semblance
of
of
healing
healing magic, items they may have acquired that could help. The longer you wait, the more it can recover, is essentially what it comes down to.
We need to go now.
We need to go.
All right, I'm gonna.
Should we mist form it there? Can we do that?
No, that takes too long to think about. and-
I can get us there via trees.
But you need to know a tree that's there.
I need to know a tree that's there, and I could scry, look for the closest tree, teleport us there, but then by the time I'm getting there, I'm exhausted.
Are you able to see a tree from a great distance?
If I scry.
But not even by eyesight.
I mean, I guess I could look around and take a guess, yeah.
I'm gonna cast Mass Cure Wounds
Thanks.
on everybody.
Thanks,
Alrighty,
doll.
go ahead and do that. And Shale, you feel nice and warm at full health as the cure mass wounds just
Is your
tickles
arm
you.
back?
Yes, unfortunately.
The
If only.
The temporary hit points never go back up, right?
Correct. No.
No.
They were just for
Just for that.
that a bit of damage.
Lost it in an avalanche, I did.
Oh.
Sounds horrible.
Today?
No, Ted.
The scrying will take you about 10 minutes or so.
Are we gonna
But
scry it,
don't
or are we
do
just
it.
gonna go? We're
Just
just gonna.
go.
How
Well,
long would it take if we just flew up? 20 minutes.
That's if
15,
you were
20
all on Eagleback.
Right,
which
we're
you
not all
don't.
on
You have
Speed
8
of the
people,
broom.
and you currently have 2 summoned eagles.
Right.
Slowest.
Yeah, the speed of the slowest here, you're looking at walking up the mountain.
Yeah, so I can teleport us closer and then walk, or we can take just a very short rest so I can get my beast shaping back and then could fly a few more of us. It's
you
a
take
gamble.
your rest, love. I'll start up the mountain.
Shale walks away and starts hiking up the rocks at the very base
are
of
benefits
Cat
to
Shadow.
There are benefits to both.
Can I just say that, like, we agreed that the reason we didn't do what Zanrua wanted and go to the lair is because it's a fucking death trap.
Yes, but
Yes, boss.
the dragon is injured now.
But not, he's gonna heal up by the time we get there.
Not all the way.
Pretty good.
Still the best chance we have. We have to kill it now.
Yes,
Well,
Grog,
and
it's
it's
your
later.
destiny. It's your destiny to fight the dragon, Grog.
Wait, what? What? What was that,
true?
Shale? Is that true? Hang
It's
on.
not true.
Everybody is healed 27.
Just a thing old women
Like,
say.
Yeah, just let him believe it.
Everybody's healed 27 points. Thanks, Ed.
May I have my... sorry. May I have my cloak back?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
No.
To attune to it, it'll take you a short rest.
Short rest. So are we resting?
no.
Do you guys?
I don't know, but I'm
When I
still
turned
putting it
into
I
on.
the
killed
eagle,
26
What happened to the
points
blood
and
axe and the
27.
chain?
Actually, you check, and the equipment that you have attuned to you and attached go into the form with you. So at this moment, you realize, oh, the axe, and you look behind you, and it's just been dragging behind you in the dirt, carving this path and the rocks and rubble.
Yeah, that's Limpy.
You're like a kid with an inflated balloon. You're just kind of like dragging behind you.
Can I? Oh, well, I can't sense anything about it with Hunter's Mark. I can just know where he is.
You know where it is.
And he's up in his lair.
He is up at the top of Gat Shadow, somewhere in that mountain.
Let's go kill a dragon.
Around, or is he chilling?
At the moment, it seems chilling.
Let's go.
Short rest or not, what are you guys doing?
Well, how long would the hike up the mountain be? An hour?
No, it's a mile.
It's
mile
about
up
a
the mountain?
mile up. Around roundabouts, you're looking at the better part of the day.
Oh, a mile up.
Yeah.
Unless we fly. Let's
What
fly.
if we take shifts
But
with
we
with
can't
the eagles?
fly unless I rest.
Take shifts with the eagles. back
Eagles
and forth.
fly a group up, fly down, pick up another group, and bring
I
it
can-
down.
About an hour.
But that's an hour with a short rest for everybody as well.
Right, we might as well short rest.
Well, if you're going to do it that way, yeah.
Half could rest at the top while
Yeah.
the eagles fly back, and the
Or
ones
half
at the
could
bottom
rest at
could
the
rest.
bottom.
While the
Yeah.
eagles. So there's a
Flying,
short rest
there's a
shift
short
and
rest
moving
for,
in it.
but they're both, we would get short.
Shifts of resting.
You're still
yeah.
looking about an hour and a half at that point with people moving there and back and getting enough rest because you can't short rest on the trip, and the short rest is about you
Well,
know,
no, so
about
the
an
people-
hour, half an
Eagles
hour to
drop
an hour.
off.
Yeah, the people
they
who are
rest
waiting.
while the eagles return,
Yeah.
and the people at the bottom rest while the eagles are making the trip. No.
Right, but then you still have to have the eagles that went to the bottom to pick up the second team to get
Go
there.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's-
we
it's
have
an
hour
up,
and
down,
a
We're
half.
up.
looking at
An hour
about
and a half.
about an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Son of a
I could
bitch.
also use another. I could use another spell and summon a couple more eagles.
Sure.
I could summon like 2 more eagles,
That's worth it.
Let's do it.
and that could get how
All of
many
us up.
That could
All
get
of us
all
up.
of
Up at the same time.
Well, one is just for grog, right?
right? But 2 more eagles would get all of us up.
Well, you can only have it's a concentration
It's a
spell. but you can
concentration,
only
yeah.
have one of it up at a time.
Oh, never
Yeah.
mind.
It is.
Yeah, and it only lasts for an hour, and you've already been at this for probably about say
they're about to
10
go
15
away.
minutes. So you have about another 40 minutes of the eagles.
So we
at
couldn't
your
even do
side.
round trips anyway. They
Oh, we
dissipate.
could. We could.
You just have to recast it.
No, she'd have to well, yeah.
Yeah. That seems like our fastest option. What's the other
Well,
option? Is a short rest
we
and then we
rest and
bam.
then go.
And then climb
If
back.
we rest for 30 minutes and then I switch and then we have the eagles, then we can get up in another 30 minutes and then it's an hour. So theoretically, short resting is our shortest.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
Well, you said you have
this is math.
transport with plants, right?
I do.
Yeah. If you wanted to scry up that mountain and look at one of the trees at the top, you could do that. That would be technically the fastest way.
But then we'd still have to hike. How long would the hike be?
It depends on how close the nearest tree to the cavern entrance would be.
Let's do that.
I mean, honestly,
I'm tapping myself. I can do it, but I'm tapping myself
She has
out.
nothing left.
I have not. I'm burning literally all my top level spells, and I have no B shapes left. But I can do it. It's what we
use
think
the
is
2
most
eagles?
important.
No. What if we use the eagles? Send them up. Once they're used up, they're gone at the top, and then I'll just summon 2 more
yeah,
and
yeah.
send everybody else up. So once the people
Yeah.
make it up to the top, that way it takes less time.
Yeah.
So
That does
just a couple
technically
people
cut
hop on the
half
eagles
an
right
hour
now
off
because we only
the-
have a little
off
bit
the
of time
trip.
left.
And can I rest? Can I rest while the first round
You can always
goes?
bail.
in the worst place we could
Okay.
possibly find.
We've
Let's do
also
that.
dealt so much damage to it.
It's gonna be.
Umbrasil is looking pretty rough.
I
I'm gonna hop on
fisted
an eagle.
through it.
He said looking pretty rough.
He said looking pretty rough. He said pretty rough.
That's because he's a liar and a bringer of death, and he is smiling at you while he does it.
I know.
What are we gonna do today with Chris Perkins? Talk or go fucking kill a dragon?
Would you like a tour of Whitestone? It's really lovely this time.
Let's go.
I'm judging you.
Okay, well,
All right,
Grog,
so
she's right. It is your destiny.
how about this? Well,
Your tiny voice.
Shush, Willow.
What are you laughing at?
Everybody hop on an eagle.
I can hop on an eagle.
Hopping on an eagle.
all right,
Well,
so
no, half of the people hop on a eagle.
2 of the halflings, 2 of
Res.
the gnomes can get on.
To the gnomes.
Scanlan.
I'm in back.
I'm sort of a
Yes.
halfling. Can I get on too?
your size,
Yeah.
the 3 of you would probably be able to take one eagle
Oh, that's right. He's a
Carefully.
little one.
because you are
so
tiny.
cute.
All right, you guys go.
See you in a bit, sis. Bye, Keek.
All right.
Grog,
So we'll
you-
say,
Grog, you wanna take
so
the
we'll
other
say
one?
for the purposes of this,
Yeah.
What's that?
it'll take an additional cast of your spell, so mark off a second casting of Conjure Woodland Beings. However, what level is that?
That is level.
My grid
Oh,
was
good. I did it. Oh, good. Level 3.
Conjure Woodland Beings.
So I've got 2 level 3s left
Go fast.
with my Pearl of Power.
Conjure Woodland Beings is a 4th level spell,
Do you
Laura.
want to keep the sword or do you not want to
I
keep
have
the sword?
conjure animals, not woodland
Animals.
beings.
There we go. Sorry. So yeah, that is 3rd level. So yeah, mark off your second casting there. You guys managed to make a short rest between the journeys, making your way up towards the dark, blackened rock peak of Gat Shadow, We're gonna take a short break here for the restroom. We'll be back here in a few minutes. In the meantime, we have an awesome video from Backblaze to show you guys that they put together.
It's really cute. It's really cute.
It's for you guys.
But yeah, we'll be back here in a few minutes, guys. Stay tuned for apparently the attack on Umbrasyl Slayer. See you in a minute.
Hello, critters, and good evening. I'm Yev with Backblaze.
Backblaze? That sounds like magic.
It is magic! Magic indeed. Ooh, that was very swarmy. Backblaze magically backs up your Mac or PC, regardless of what you have. That does sound magical, right? Think about it. Your character sheets, maps, fan art, and of course all the stuff that's not tabletop related. Your files, movies, music, photos, all of it will get backed up safely and securely, automatically, to the cloud. Think about it. I didn't like that at all. Think of it as a bag of holding. It holds all of your precious data, music, movies, files, all that stuff, and stores them safely in the cloud. And it's automatic. You don't have to do anything. And should you need to get that data back, you can get it back anywhere you have an internet connection. And if you need all of your data back, you can buy a Restore hard drive from us. We will ship it to you via FedEx overnight. And if you don't want to keep that hard drive, you can send it back to us and we will give you a full refund. That way, if you accidentally delete or lose something, it's safe and secure on Backblaze.com. It is a great service. Just how great is it? Should your computer get crashed? Balls. Think about how amazing it would feel. It will feel as good as when Grog jumped out of the Pokeball and landed on Kevdak's head. Backblaze is a great service and we want all critters to try it. That's why we're giving you a free 2-week trial. Go to backblaze.com/criticalrole. I probably should not do things like that. If you go to this website, we know you'll have come from Geek and Sundry and we can support them in the future, which we want to do. Go to backblaze.com/criticalrole. You get a free 2-week trial. After that, it's just $5 a month. It's less than a cup of coffee. It's less than a bag of dice. And it'll give you peace of mind knowing that all your files are safely and securely and availably up in the cloud.
Welcome back, everyone. So we've had a little break here. A quick announcement for you guys. The rebroadcast tonight is going to be delayed for about 30 minutes. We're having to shoot something directly after this so we can all go home. So if you guys are in chat thereafter and folks are showing up going, where's the rebroadcast? Let them know. It'll be around about a 20-30 minute break between. We appreciate you guys carrying that thread over to them when they arrive. So anyway, so we've had a break. If you wanted to use any of your hit dice to heal up during the short rest, now's the time to do it. I know you reattuned to the Dragon Slaying Longsword. Also, oh, and just so you guys noticed before, both Grog and Vax leveled up to 14 as well. Vax took a level of Paladin. During the short rest, Grog also took his 14th level as a Barbarian. And as a Berserker, I think a lot of you know what that means.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means.
Find out. I'd like to reattune to the Cloak of Displacement.
Okay.
And then the Boots of Haste, are they spent for the day for anybody? Or if I were to wear them, could I get the juice? Or no, they're done.
They're too big
Then I'm
for
going
you,
to
teeny.
Then I'm going to. They would shrink to me.
Wear it like a hat.
I'm going to reattune my Keen Dagger then, for the moment. So it's Deathwalker's Ward, Keen Blade, Cloak, 3 items.
Okay. Okay, I'll let it happen. Usually tune like one item and short rest.
No, I can do one.
I think it's fine for this.
Tell me, boss.
It's okay. You can attune as you walk up the rest of the way. It's fine.
I rolled all 9 of my hit dice.
So you're out of hit dice now?
Yes.
All right.
Wow.
Everyone else good?
Yeah.
Ready to jump back in?
Nope. Did it get you? Okay, good.
52 points, that's not bad.
All right.
Oh, sorry. What's going on?
So.
Here, is this it? Did I
Does anyone need more healing? Are we okay?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good.
Oh, and because I conjured woodland animals, I lost my hunter's mark.
Yes, you did.
But
you knew where you knew
I
loosely
know
where
where it is. It's
All right,
like-
let's hurry.
So, as you guys slowly make your way up towards the peak of Gat Shadow, you all come to rest, maybe from what best you can tell is the entrance cavern that Umbrasyl currently calls its home. Across this black and dark, craggulous surface, you see clumps of dead, petrified trees, leafless, gnarled, and devoid of any life. There are signs of melted stone, soot. Long ago, there may have been a fire that claimed the top of this mountain and kind of set its visual presentation that got its name. However, this is your moment should you wish to make your way towards your conflict with Umbrasyl. How do you wish to prepare?
I want to sleep for a day.
Yeah, I want to rock back and forth in a corner.
I'd like to go stealth, and I'd like to see. Is there one clear main entrance to this place?
There is a cavern opening.
Yes.
There are a few like small little looks like inlets into the mountain at certain points, but the path that you guys land on that ends, you're going to have to climb around the mountain to get to the entrance of this. There is no like walk up path.
Yes.
It's actually just an opening on the side.
So
of the
we're
mountain.
further down still. We're not near the entrance.
You're about 400 or 500 feet away from the entrance.
I'm gonna cast Pass
A little
Without a
further
Trace
down
on
the
all of us.
You stealth ahead and look a little bit, and you notice the path comes to an end, and you probably have about 100 feet. You're going to have to scale the side of the mountain to get to
From
the
where I am, I can tell that we need to climb around. But if I look very hard, do I see any other little holes or cracks or anything above? On
near
our
it,
side?
you see one other small entrance about maybe 60 feet below it, a little bit to the left.
All right.
Pretty cool sound effect.
It's freaking me out.
He does this.
Is that your music or is it?
It's not my music. That is.
Okay.
But it's really cool and scary.
adds the atmosphere.
Shale, did you know? Did the scouting party? Where did you find the bodies? Where were they? Where were they left?
Which actually, this was. It's probably a couple hundred feet back. They made it near the peak.
Yeah.
However, they were spotted upon the approach.
Right.
And you heard the battle, the very short battle that ensued.
Yeah.
And heard the screams of them far from your eyesight.
I will have pointed them out then.
Yeah.
So that's when I cast. That's why I cast Pass Without a Trace on this.
There must be an alternate
How far
entrance.
above our position is that smaller entrance?
It's all atmosphere, guys. Paid them to do that.
Dragon just farted.
I know. All right, so towards where the actual walkable portion of this mountain cliff ends, you have about 40 feet of scalable wall at a kind of an upward angle before you can reach that small little inlet to the mountain you saw there. An additional 60 feet beyond that is the larger entrance where you saw, best you could tell, Umbrasyl retreat towards them, or exit before you were watching him emerge from the mountain.
What do you think? Do you think I should
I
be
meant him, it's a him.
climbing in that little peeky hole?
Do you want say that again?
There's the main entrance above, but there's also a smaller little gap lower down. He can't fit in there.
I can try and scry inside the cavern.
See if it's something that would be worth
Get a battle
venturing into?
perspective.
Yeah.
All right, you have to give me a few minutes. Is everyone all right with that?
Let's
Sure, do you
stealth
need
down
any-
and
Yeah,
hunker
that's
down.
fine.
Yes.
I'll use. Can I use my ranger skills to try to camouflage us into the side of the mountain to make us even more non-seeable?
Yeah, totally. So we'll save the purposes of that. You guys want to make anyone at this point would like to make a stealth check to go ahead and keep yourselves hidden from any onlooking parties.
Natural
Adding-
20.
Oh, that's good.
Add 10.
Natural 20.
Jesus.
Add 10 to it.
Add 10 for pass without a trace.
30, wow.
17.
30 with sparkles.
24.
Oh, 30 with
22.
sparkles.
16.
29.
Why, I do declare.
Well, I do declare I'm invisible.
The armored cleric cannot be seen.
Where did Pike go?
32.
All right.
Where did Pike go?
All right, so with Vex's help, you guys managed to take bits of the mud, soot, and the burnt remnants of the once lush forest that dotted this mountainside, and darkened your exteriors to help obscure the vision of anything that wished to pry, along with the magic drawing the shadows to your forms. You're pretty confident that most of you would be fairly difficult to be spotted by most creatures.
I'd just like to point out that my complete total is 45.
Of stealthing?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for pointing that
Yes,
out.
it's mostly for your benefit.
I appreciate it.
That's ridiculous.
How? How?
Natural 20.
Natural 20
Plus
plus
my
15.
15 benefit plus pass without a trace.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Wow.
And somehow I feel a
37.
radiance of
Something?
smugness.
You stealth through time.
Yeah.
People who had seen you previously in your past have no recollection of ever actually seeing you.
Marty McFly is holding a photograph.
Exactly. All right, so
Oh God.
what's up now?
I take a little of the soot and I give myself some like druid battle makeup.
There you go. Just smear it.
Yeah,
Yeah. Did you scry yet?
I'm about to.
Oh, okay.
All right, so
I do the same thing. I soot my face up too.
I'll get shit in your face.
Let's all make battle
Battle.
paint while she's scrying.
Absolutely not.
Pretentious asshole.
I want to do a hand.
These
Nice.
spores are
Just right.
You know,
like
like
someone
on-
grabbed you by the face.
I get soot on my finger and walk up to Percy and just put a line from his forehead down his face.
I feel violated. Thank you.
all right.
I will ask Grog if he wants any soot on his face. I'll walk over.
Put soot on your face, you come near me with that wicked, wicked staff of yours.
It is not wicked. It's just a staff. It doesn't even have a name.
What? How can you have a staff and not give it a name?
Only men name their things.
Yeah, my staff doesn't have a name. It's kind of true.
But you called it your boomstick.
You know, if you kill this dragon, you will be the greatest Goliath that's ever lived.
No.
Yes.
Really?
No one else has killed a dragon of this size. Not among us, not among the herd.
Pike killed a dragon.
Did she now?
It was pretty big.
Well, we all did. But it wasn't this big.
It was pretty big.
It was pretty. It was a lot bigger than me.
It's the size of a dragon.
I'm sure that experience will come in handy.
All right, let's do this.
All right, I scry. I focus really hard on the dragon.
Okay. On Umbrasyl.
Yeah.
Correct. All right.
Do you need any of his stomach
Essence?
bile to help you scry?
Sure. Can I have some of a? I
He's
scrape a little
covered,
stomach bile.
Does that help? Does that help?
Yeah.
Well, here, let me pull up the actual specifics for scry here.
This is gonna go well.
Or wait.
Yes.
He can sense when you.
He's
scry.
gonna sense what I can scry, can't he? Maybe I can just try and scry inside the lair.
It largely depends. How
What do you want to do?
I mean, he knows we're coming.
Can you
Yeah.
scry the little cavern to see where it leads to? Can you like scry your mind up the cavern?
Yeah, actually, can I do that? Like it's like a camera drone.
It's more like picking a location.
Sure.
You know, as opposed to an actual like.
I want to try and like focus on Umbrasyl's whereabouts, but I want to just see if I can kind of get like a nice bird's eye view of inside the cavern.
Okay. I mean, you are familiar with the target as you have done battles. That does adjust the saving throw for the scry. So, without further ado, what is the DC of your spells currently?
19.
19. As your eyes close,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
your vision projects itself beyond your form, beyond the cragulous landscape of Gat Shadow, out beyond the mountain pass that ends abruptly. Beyond the cavern entrance, you are pulled within the darkness. Suddenly you find what little bit of light scatters across the damp stonework of the inside of this cavern. You see stalagmites. You see pools of murky, greenish, brackish liquid, ever so gently disturbed by the little bit of wind that curls in and out of this cavern. You see towards the back what appears to be an elevated platform next to another pool, where a large outcropping of stone that has just slowly pulled itself out of the rock, nearly touching the very height of this cavern. You don't see anything in there. All you hear is
What do you see?
Oh, nothing now. Is that it? That's all I see?
That's all you see.
Did you see Umbrasyl?
No, but I heard him. He sounds very rough, or possibly sleeping? I don't know. There was a lot of heavy breathing. Very, like, deep, not, shallow breathing. Not impassioned breathing.
Could he still be invisible?
He could, I guess, still be invisible. Also, the cave was covered in acid pools and dark and dingy and everything else we would kind of expect.
Yeah.
Well, let's do it.
Okay.
Well,
We're going in the small hole or the big hole?
I don't think he caught my presence. I don't think he's necessarily expecting us. If we can have the element of surprise here.
Let me check out that hole up top. You guys can watch me do it.
go in the little hole then.
I am little now. It's a big
I
hole.
know.
It's quite big actually.
It's roomy.
I'd like to climb up to it.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Spider sense tingling the whole time.
All right, so you managed to find bits of rock to pull yourself across the way. It's not too long a distance, but enough to the point where I need you to go ahead and just make a basic strength check.
14.
14, okay. It's hard, and you can feel part of your muscles, build up lactic acid from the exertion from the previous, round with Umbrasyl, and you not being necessarily the strongest individual of the troop, but you do manage to scurry your way up to the edge of this small opening in the mountainside. Get inside and you get a look. This hole continues for about 15 feet into the mountain before it ends abruptly. The only other thing you notice is there are currently 4 long, dead skeleton corpses within this hole. Perhaps some sort of mountain climbing expedition or travelers that found their way there and couldn't escape. There are remnants of what appears to be a small camp, perhaps a small fire that has been long iced over through winters past. A layer of dust sits on everything, and other than the occasional gust of wind that finds its way in here, largely undisturbed for a long period of time.
I'm going to look through the remains.
Okay, you rummage through the remains. You find roughly 85 gold pieces amongst their corpses and fair change in silver and copper.
I don't take that.
Copper, the pennies of D&D. Poor things. Copper dragons everywhere, just so disappointing. You do find an oil lantern. You find climbing gear for 4 people. You find some long spoiled rations. And you find what appears to be a very, very molded diary.
I take out the flame-tongue dagger and give myself some light.
Okay. You start scanning through, and from most of the pages that are still intact and not completely molded over or destroyed, it appears to be a journal that contains writings of what was an expedition to reach the peak of Gat Shadow, because there was some sort of movement, some sort of activity up there that nobody could really discern. The rumors speak of some sort of creature that would stalk out in the night and steal mountain goats. Pardon me. Mountain goats. Steal mountain goats. Steal. Or find and kill anybody who lived. And there used to be a smaller village that lived north on the mountainscape that is now abandoned because this creature, the folklore at the time that supposedly lived at the top of the mountain. It speaks of the entrance, the place that Umbrasyl now calls the lair, and this leads you to believe that this is a fresh lair. Umbrasyl did not appear to always live within Gat Shadow, but is only currently making it its lair at the moment.
And is this a dead end, or does it look like it goes further in?
Make a perception check.
Okay, by the light of my dagger.
Actually, this would be investigation.
Investigation, all right. 20. No, wait, sorry. 20.
20. Feeling along the walls, you find elements of the rocks that are easier to break off than others, but this predominantly is the end of this cavern. It's a cave, yeah.
Okay, to my sister, it's a dead end. It's nothing. Coming.
All right, so Vax finds his way back to the group.
It's a dead end?
In we go.
All right. Jesus. This ain't gonna be good. Shale, would you like to lead the way?
Yes, now I may not survive this. I'm quite old, and I can only see about 30 feet ahead.
Well, then maybe
Maybe she doesn't lead the way. Maybe she
My
doesn't.
sister should lead the way. You stick to Grog. Will you, Grandma?
Can you?
I whack him.
Wait, they don't get to dodge.
No, because unexpected, she is swift and she is strong for being one-armed and of her age. The sting hits the side of your shoulder before you have a moment to really understand.
Off the side of the mountain.
And your diminutive form is thrown about 3 or 4 feet back before you catch yourself.
And I skitter off ahead of the group.
Okay.
I cast protection from acid on Grog again.
Okay.
Sweet anus.
Now, if I don't survive, loves, I do have some magic on me.
Oh.
So
What
this
kind of
staff
magic?
has runes. You can scratch them off and magical things will appear.
It's not planned for you to die, all right?
And this horn, if you blow it real loud, it will let out a tremendous thunder. Could bring down the entire cave.
Again, I don't think you should be planning for your own
This
death.
is very useful information.
Oh, it
Or
might
you can use the
explode.
horn. All right.
It might explode.
It's a little unstable.
Scanlan, you should take the horn.
She's not dead yet.
I'm not
Saying
dead
when
yet.
she dies. If she dies.
We're not gonna divvy up her stuff. That's bad luck.
She's bequeathing it to you in her will.
And this pendant here, which looks like a dragon tooth, it's a dragon tooth. And if you wear it, it will close your wounds.
Oh.
Oh.
Ah. I don't believe it. Can I insight check her? I feel like she's lying through it.
Maybe we should just kill her now and take the
Natural
stuff.
20.
Really?
Yeah.
Natural 20.
So, Chris.
I'm being super sincere.
Oh. Wow. I really want all those
honestly
things.
believes.
Oh.
Shale, you seem almost
I know the feeling.
like you're
My hide armor was shit.
okay. All right. As I was saying, you seem like you're almost expecting to die, or like you're looking forward to it.
Well, I'm very old, and if I can die fighting a dragon, well, there's no better way to go.
Any?
If I don't die, oh, great, wonderful.
Okay.
All right, just checking that we wouldn't disappoint you if you don't die.
Wait, just to be clear, like, if we killed a dragon, are you gonna say you killed the dragon, or we're gonna say I killed the dragon? Who's gonna be the greatest Goliath?
Why, you, of course.
Yeah?
I'm past my prime.
We'll shake on it.
I will shake on it.
Which is easy because you put out the proper hand from the one arm she has.
Yeah. We really want to mess with her, put out your other hand.
And Shale, what type of magic do you wield exactly?
I wield this staff.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Very
Hail.
clear.
Hail for the win.
This is going to be great.
She's gonna cast magic like I do.
I'm on board and committed to this. This is very exciting.
Thank you, Shale.
We're
but
still stealthing.
Let's try to live.
Yes.
All right. So remember, acid pools everywhere.
Don't
do we
fall
have
in them.
And do we have any type of like cohesive plan, or just?
We're just gonna go in.
Very
All right. It's really the stupidest fucking
Let's
thing.
just go get it.
ever.
It might be.
I'm
It might
already,
be.
I'm already looking.
We're going to
I
be
wanna
very quiet.
check for
We're going to
traps,
surround
Very,
check for
very
danger.
quietly.
One
I love you
I
all.
rolled a 45.
I love you
for cover.
guys.
Right, so
Hey,
you're climbing up
Vex.
We can do this.
Vex,
the
I have your acid armor.
I'm not gonna
Maybe
go
you should be on the
like
broom.
this in the entrance, but yeah, I'm gonna
I am
try
on
to
the broom.
Okay.
climb up and,
Okay.
and peer over the edge and look as carefully as I can.
Go ahead and make another strength check.
With you on the outside.
I'm gonna stay on the broom
Yeah,
to
yeah.
avoid
17.
walking.
There's
There's
advantages to
advantages
both. Advantages to
Glide
both.
over.
I'm just glad.
Okay. You manage to climb your way up to the mouth, the larger mouth of the cavern. It's about 40 feet across at the very, very front of it, and about 50 feet up. It's this kind of large.
40 feet, 50 feet?
Yeah, 40 feet, 50 feet. And the rest of you guys, how are you pursuing?
I'm gonna come.
The rest of you are climbing along the mountain as well?
Yeah.
Wait, is that the way in?
Is there anything you can do to like make the dragon visible in his invisibility, like set fire or your fairies or?
I do have fairy fire. You combine the two things that you said, and it's fantastic.
Nice.
Yep.
Do have that.
Totally meant to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm just climbing. I'm just following.
All right, so everyone who's climbing, I need you to go ahead and roll a strength check.
So wait, who's climbing where? What's happening?
Does anybody want to ride the broom
to
with
the
me?
cave.
I'll ride the broom.
You have to kind of climb around the side of the mountain to
Yeah,
get to
there's
the
no
cave
actual
entrance.
walkway to
Got
it.
a Nathan Drake it up to the.
Oh, sure. I'll Nathan Drake it. Yeah.
My gloves of swimming and climbing. Are those
Percy's-
attuned items?
I am not a climber.
I don't believe they are, no.
I'm
Just
gonna put
not.
on my gloves of
What is it?
swimming
Just
and
an
climbing,
athletics check?
which I got
Strength.
2 years ago.
All right.
26.
26.
19.
19.
I don't know what they do.
Advantage on the roll.
Oh, great. Okay. 16.
16, okay.
18.
18. Pike.
12.
Okay. And you're floating up.
Yeah.
So, all of you begin shimmying across the surface. The wind is piercingly cold. The clouds up here are dark, and there isn't enough moisture to rain, but there are flashes of some sort of just a wild lightning storm that kind of go off in the distance in the roiling clouds. As you're making your way across, like your foot skips across one of the stones, it breaks and falls beneath you, and you almost lose yourself. Grog grabs you and holds you in place and pulls you back up.
Sorry, Grog.
Nope, nobody saw anything.
I thought I would be stronger, but
You're a champ.
still not.
Oh wait, aren't you wearing the strength gauntlets?
Yes, I am.
Oh shit!
That brought me to 12.
You all slowly make your way to the very mouth of the cavern. You've been at this point as well. You wanted to go ahead and make an investigation check?
Scooching in, yeah.
All right, go for it.
24.
24. Okay. Filling around the exterior, there are 2 rocks that are nearly identical placed at each side of the cavern entrance. Upon approaching, their texture and their weathered appearance is far younger than the rest of the stone around them, and it catches your attention.
And do I need a further investigation check to discern their nature, or?
The nature is some semblance of a magical enchantment. This is a little beyond your understanding, unless you want to try and upshot it in the way you know.
Pull me up to the front. We got this.
Would all Scallon, you want to grab that big
Boy.
gal?
Big what?
Shale.
Oh, shale.
And yourself.
You got a trap up there, friend.
Something. There's rocks up here that look a little funky. I don't think they actually are rocks.
Rocks. Hey, Keyleth.
Oh?
You should go. There's rocks. You can do something for
I
rocks.
love rocks.
Yeah, I know. Go up there with Shale. Shale's a rock.
Okay. What's happening? Where am I?
Just come up a little bit slowly. There are a couple of rocks up here that look a little funny to me. Don't step on me either.
Oh, right. You're so tiny right
I'm
now. I
dapper.
keep forgetting that. Yeah.
You're very brave for someone so small.
Yeah.
He is really teeny.
Do you want me to like put you like in like a little pouch? It can be like a kangaroo. Like.
We're gonna die.
All right. All right.
Another time.
As Keyleth and Shale approach the threshold that you're currently standing at, the rest of you are a little ways behind. He points out these 2 stones. Go ahead and both of you guys make an Arcana check. You, Shale, just from what you've seen in the world.
Right.
Yep.
13.
I think like 7. I'm pretty sure my Arcana is 7.
Oh, druids.
Yep. Nature.
You ascertain, Shale, just from stumbling upon such constructions, there's some sort of magical essence to these rocks. It's old magic, which is the only reason you really recognize it. It's not hoity-toity, learned in a tower magic all the stupid people in the world tend to learn. This is old magic. That's all you're able to pick from it.
You know what it is?
Old magic.
Old magic. Hey, Dirty Bard, could you come up here,
Oi,
please? Like I
I'm here
asked in
now.
the first place.
Sorry, I thought that the rock people could handle it.
All
let me take a
hands
look.
on deck.
Scanlan, it's a very pretty
11
rock.
Arcana.
It's old magic.
This is old magic. Not the
So
kind
wait.
you learn in those hoity-toity towers.
And the whole time.
Can
What's
you?
going on down there? I found rocks.
Can you just melt the rocks, Keyleth?
Like, there's very attractive rocks. What's the situation? What does it look like?
It looks like a rock. Melt it.
No, what's it look like? Is it like a? It's like a.
There are
it's
2
plate?
stones about 3 to 4 foot in diameter that are almost matching, that are younger, less weathered than the rest of the stonework around them.
Pike,
Is there any way to circumvent them?
I need your help.
Or are
here.
they like in opposite sides?
They're on opposite sides, so you could circumvent them. They're not like in your path.
I mean, I can alter their shape. I can melt. I can do something.
Just not
with
mess
them.
with them.
They're not real. A few steps back, Trickfoots.
What do you mean they're not real?
I'll walk up. Can you dispel that shit?
Yeah, is it magic?
Well,
Yeah.
just have a look at it first.
It's old magic.
Not the kind
magic.
that you would
If I can
learn
discern
in
if
Ivory
Tower
tower types
towers.
can't.
Older than me magic.
That's just old.
Well,
Doesn't it sort of have that old smell to it?
Hey, fuck it. I'm gonna take a good hard look at this rock.
hang on, wait. We might be able to circumvent it, right? Can we go around it?
Looking at it.
I have just
What's it?
magic, but I don't know if I should use.
Smelly.
Yeah, it's musty. It smells like old magic.
Dispel that magic.
Dispel them.
What are you doing?
Show that magic. Who's boss?
It's one of my last spells.
Oh, well then let's avoid them. Let's just go around them.
Can we? Is there is there room on either side of them?
They are embedded in the sides of the rock wall.
All right.
So you could pass through them, over them, however else you want to try and
Okay. Well then,
circumvent.
how about this? I'm gonna cast Stone Shape,
Okay.
and can I just carve out a little like path around one of them on the edge, like
shelf?
carve a little
Very
recess?
well can, yeah.
Just zip.
Little tunnel.
Yeah, little tunnel, tiny tunnel.
All right.
See, rocks, I told you.
Rocks.
We're smart.
Old rock. Very
Not
old
the
rock.
kind of rocks one finds in Ivory
Very
Tower.
clever. Very clever.
So yes,
Hoity-toity rocks.
using your 4th level stone shape, you cause a portion of the rock wall on the side of the cavern to actually like forge itself into a tunnel circumventing the exterior rock on the
We
left.
should just do that the entire way into the cavern. Can we just...
I can do it 2 more times. All the way into the cavern.
Okay, let's go through the new hole.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna keep doing the same.
He's still tiny, right?
Come on. Come
How
on.
much longer is he
Come
gonna
on,
be?
you big
8
giant
hours.
dummy. Let's go.
I'm on a broom. Do you want to ride it with me?
3 hours.
Just kidding, Percy's already on.
I'm already on the broom.
Stealthing ahead and looking around.
Okay. So, do I roll a stealth check? As you're now
A new stealth check?
Yeah. 'Cause
Okay.
You've
That's
you've
fine.
come out of stealth and back into it.
Okay, so I'm at 40.
Okay. He said with a grin.
Well, I still have pass without a trace, right?
Yeah,
Correct,
yeah.
So I'm at 40.
All right. So you make your way into the next portion. This, you're actually able to start seeing.
Oh. Slowly.
People don't see shit.
Slowly.
Satin
You
curtain.
hear
Oh, that's acid.
a raised platform and what appears to be a pool of somewhat pungent smelling liquid. As you get even remotely close to it, the fume causes your sinuses to open and burn
Your
and
teeny,
tingle.
teeny sinuses.
They barely get in.
Yeah. 'cause they're too small.
In holes, really.
So I'm just gonna hold still for a second and listen. Do I hear anything?
Make a perception check.
27.
27. You hear a very, very faint breathing. Breathing that is trying to stay quiet. But by the sheer immensity of the beast creating the sound, you can pick up the very subtle movement of air through the normally still cavern.
I'm going to quietly I'm going to back up 15 feet. For everyone who's next to me and for those who are not, it is in here, it is awake, and it is waiting for us.
What did he say?
Pipe.
I'll tell you in a second. I'll tell you in a second.
Move.
I'm so still.
You just come running in, girl, when shit goes down, but don't move.
What about put her on my back?
Don't move.
Grog, don't move yet. I'm gonna go back in for another look. And
Alone? God.
Stealth.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go along the. I'm not a barbarian. I'm gonna go along the edge closest to you and move back to where I stopped to listen.
About there would be in tandem with where you were.
And I'm gonna go another 10 feet in, looking.
As it curls back, the cavern begins to reveal itself further. The pool does come to an end. There are pieces of stone that jut out of the floor. You do see now, scattered across the ground, occasionally a bit of shine, a little coin. Gold, silver, elements of wealth that have been dragged deeper into the cavern that have left behind them some remnants in the process of them being carried and carted in.
If I look back, can I see my sister from where I am?
You can
something?
see, actually no, because she's really well stealthed.
And she can't see me either.
No, you guys have no visual perspective on each other. You have all stealthed away from your own party.
Okay. So there's a pool of acid right by me, yeah?
Yes, this way.
And is there dim light here?
The light grows dim at about this point, and then becomes darkness at about this point.
Can I? But you said I could see a pool of liquid, right?
Yeah. But a little bit of daylight that's coming in, the cavern entrance would be like over here,
Is the
essentially.
surface of the liquid flat as far as I can see?
From what you can see, it is flat. There's a very, very faint breeze that occasionally comes through, so there's like a slight disturbance here and there, but no like specific visual disturbance.
How far along that pool can I actually see? Like if you had to do a cutoff point.
Because of your dark vision, being an elf, you can see pretty much to the edge of this
Okay. So it doesn't look like there's a big
divot. There's no
in it.
displacement of the pool.
No displacement. I'm going to creep along the wall towards that pillar that you had to stand up initially. Or I'll stop in that corner.
Right there?
Right around the corner, and then move towards you one, and see if that gives me any better view.
See a little bit of a further view. The cavern just continues in that direction.
And I still hear the same thing.
Yep. You can hear it very faintly. It doesn't... You can't quite make out the source. There's something about the room and the air that's traveling through here. The sound itself, you're just barely catching it, and it seems to be reverberating and to a small extent off the walls of this cavern, which carry sound very well.
What do I see if I look up?
You look up, you see about 60 feet, 70 feet in the air, just past where your vision begins to fade. The only reason you know there's a ceiling there is because there are a few points of rock the top of the cavern does descend into stalactites. It is? Thank you.
Stalactites, yeah.
Yes, it's like stalagmites, thank you.
There's no outcrops of large outcrops that this thing could be sitting on, from where I'm.
Not from what you can see, no. The mineral buildup at the inside of this cavern leads to a direct, slick surface in the walls. The minerals kind of rounded off most of the stone.
I'm gonna backtrack.
Okay.
I'm gonna find my sister. I'm still very little.
Yes.
It's at the back of that cavern.
Okay.
It's not in a pool of acid that's near the front. And it's not just past that.
Okay.
It keeps going back. So if we're going to do this, we're going to do this, and we're all just going to throw ourselves into it and let the chips fall where they may. The best thing that I can do right now is take it unawares, hurt it for as much as I can.
Are you kidding me right now?
I'm not kidding you. I want to kill this thing.
Well, we all do.
This is the first stepping stone, and I could potentially take it out.
You think you're gonna get
Catch
it
it
on its
unawares
back?
before it vomits on all of you. I want to do it. And I just want to know that you're going to come in after and finish it if you need to. I told you what I want to do. I told you.
All right. I will give you a minute head start to get across the room. After that, I'm coming in. So you better hope you're at the dragon by that point.
I start off, come back and tug.
Yes.
Make stealth check.
I'm going to go back to where I was.
All right.
Ooh.
20,
87.
33.
What is it?
30. Oh, with pass
pass
43.
All right. So, you're back where you were. The rest of you, what are you doing?
Well, he's a mad little one, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not usually little.
I'd like to go around the column and around the edge of the wall.
Okay.
What do I?
This opens up slightly more, and you get to see a portion of the stone, the mineral grown. A lot of the moisture that is coalesced in the ceiling has come to a central point, and over time has just built up these central columns of rock and natural materials. A few pools have gathered towards the base, and you see portions of the ground where elements of the same acrid liquid that filled the pool over here just kind of dripped, and whether they began this way or turned by the dragon's presence, you are unaware. But that's as far as you can see.
Further along the wall. At that little rock, right? Yeah.
Okay.
And past it, just a little bit past it. Yeah, and then closer to you? Yeah.
Alrighty. So, at this point, you can make out an additional pool of acid, the far back corner, and a risen platform. You see the portion of the cavernous stone beginning to mass into a higher level towards the far back corner.
Want to listen?
Perception check.
20.
20.
Thanks, Rogue.
You listen in. Silence. Stillness. The very faint whisper of wind far behind you.
Around the entire wall. Further, past that pool of acid even.
Has it been a minute yet?
Further corner.
I know, right?
About half a minute.
Okay. As you come around this corner, being as careful as you can, looking around you.
Oh shit.
Shoulder hits something. You
Stab.
look. Roll initiative.
What? You. It's Fakakta.
14.
Well, I'm gonna call it 14. I mean,
That's
it's
a
mostly
14.
on 14.
Yeah, that's a
I'm gonna
14.
take it, and that means 19.
All right. So, you have just bumped into the currently invisible form of Umbrasyl lying in wait in the far corner of the cavern. That would be a 20 initiative on Umbrasyl.
Fuck you.
How long has it been?
18 plus 2. At this travel pace, it's been about 45 seconds or so. So then... All right. So...
Jenga.
You hear Jenga out of the back of the earring as, we'll say the rest of you guys are like right here at the
I still want to be stealthed on the broom, but I want to take off into the cavern.
I assume trinkets in your necklace?
Yes.
Right, all right. So we'll save for purposes of
I'm
this
wearing
here.
the pike
And
backpack.
this is going to be you with your big stick.
Awesome.
Chilling here with the rest of the party. All right, so at the top of this round, you just hear the growl, the snarl. You say Jenga, go, blades already at the ready, you go to stab as all of a sudden you hear the swishing sound of air being cut through at such a speed that it causes a high-pitched whine. Claws and teeth come spinning out of nowhere. You can't even see your attacker, but you feel the brunt force behind each of these blows.
Because it's invisible, is there no uncanny dodge?
No, you still get uncanny dodge on one of them, on one of the attacks. Just from your roguish instincts.
Displace a cloak.
Correct. It gets disadvantage on the first attack, which is going to be a bite. That's a natural 19 and a 2.
Blades are
With the
cold.
2, that brings it to a 17.
No.
Yeah. So with that, you see for a split second what looks like the ripple of teeth snap before you, missing your face by mere inches before they disappear once again. 2 more claws whoosh, whoosh, towards you. The first one, it's a 19 again, and a 7. That's going to be a 22.
Just hits.
Just hits. That brings
Uncanny
you to...
dodge.
Oh, your AC would be 20, because you're not hasted right now.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, so that would put you at 6 plus 8, 18 points of slashing damage.
So half to 9.
Half to 9. Also, your displacement has gone down from your cloak because it hits
this round.
For this
For the
round,
rest
yeah.
of this round.
The next attack is a 4 plus 15. It's a 19. Misses you? Yeah, 20. Yeah. The second claw swings through, and at this point, as from the pain of the first strike of the dragon claw hits you, you back up to the very edge of the cave and duck out of the way as you hear the wind change. As you do, you hear the stone crash behind you as the claw misses you, slamming instead to the side of the cavern wall.
I just didn't expect you to be so little.
It's now your turn.
I'm going to stay right here. I'm going to hold my turn until one of my friends is on top of this thing, and then I'm going to stab it.
You hold your action until one of your friends is on it, and then
On
you're
it.
going to... Okay.
On it.
All right.
Not on it.
Feet away.
Against it. Attacking it. Melee attack.
Okay. All right. So, that ends your turn. Everyone else, I need you to roll initiative.
Oh shit balls.
Balls of shit.
Not bad.
So,
Ho ho.
your initiative when you rolled before was...
19.
19, correct. So, 25 to 20.
22.
30.
You rolled a nat 20.
30.
You rolled a nat 20.
Easy. Are you on the broom with me still?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm hanging, so I can drop. But
I did that roll last week.
All right.
I didn't bring this out.
So
it's using that awful dice tower.
So that's 20. You have 20 to 15.
Another 19.
Another 19. Ooh, Vax.
17.
17.
18.
Nice, boy.
What?
What?
So Pike, then Keyleth. All right.
And me at 16.
Scanlan, what'd you get?
I got an 8.
And Scanlan
That's good.
taking up the rear.
That's good.
Alrighty. So as you guys hear the crashing of
participated here
stone
today.
First level
on the
flashback.
far corner, accompanied directly after the whisper of Vax's cry out of Jenga, you already know shit is going down. Percy, you're up first. Clutching the bottom of the broom that has not moved yet. What are you doing with your turn?
I'm going to drop down.
Okay. Let go of the broom.
I'll let go of the broom. I'm going to just fire blind to where I heard the noise coming from.
Okay. All right. So you're firing in this direction.
Yep.
Go ahead and make your attacks at disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
First attack.
Is a 25.
Due to the massive size of this currently still invisible entity, you do manage to catch an odd bullet towards its form. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh my god. 10 points of piercing damage.
Alrighty. Gun goes off, echoes, a little bit of dust comes loose from the ceiling and pulls down as you get ready for your next shot.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the next shot.
Okay.
Forget it. Might as well go for it.
Disadvantage.
That's 20.
This time, the shot goes a second time. Poofs against some stone in the distance, not hitting its mark.
Third shot for the run. Fucking.
Natural 20.
And a 1. So
Oh my god! Always.
So with that, the gun, the third shot, nothing emerges from it, and you look down. It's not been a day for Percy.
It's not been a day for Jersey. I'm going to start making a dash into the corner there, up into
Not
the
a
right.
dash because you used your
No,
action.
I'm going to make a run, or yeah, just a walk.
Is that some sort of weapon?
Not anymore. It's not.
As she takes her one good arm and kind of cleans out, missing an eye now. They're maybe missing an eardrum.
Yeah, probably.
All right, that's gonna end your turn, Percy.
Actually, oh god, that's a terrible idea. I'm gonna hide behind the. I'm actually gonna roll and hide behind the pillar behind me, if that's okay.
Which one? Right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I gotta fix this.
Yoink. All right, there you go. That brings us to Vex.
Yes, I'm gonna fly on my broom as far in as I can. And land maybe on that?
Sure.
Sure. And again, just shoot arrows towards where I heard it coming from.
Okay.
I feel like I have one blazing bowstring left because I used it once in the last battle, right?
You would still have one more use, yes.
Okay. Then I'm gonna try it through the blazing bowstring.
Go for it. So disadvantage on this shot, as you cannot see the actual entity. You're firing into the darkness.
Natural 20.
And
another natural 20.
Fucking piece of shit. 19.
19. Nope.
War God's Blessing.
Okay, so as your reaction, you guide her second. The blazing bowstrings unfortunately used in the first attack that missed.
Wait, no, but that was just the first attack. That was just, I rolled twice for
Disadvantage.
disadvantage.
Oh.
So that's the blazing bowstring.
Gotcha. Okay, I misunderstood it. All right, so yeah, so with that, as you go for the attack, you can see the actual arrow itself bursting into flames. Not quite sure where to fire. You're about to pull back and aim, and Pike shouts to you, putting her hand out. Suddenly, a spark of divine energy hits the front of the bow and corrects its course beyond your actual arm motion, and you release. Based on the faith you have in Pike, the arrow strikes true. You hear a slight growling roar in the distance. Go ahead and roll damage.
Strike good and true.
22.
Yikes.
22, nice.
Wow. Eyes up his nostril.
On my first attack.
Yes.
Okay, if I release Trinket, is that an attack or is that like a bonus action?
It would say, I believe, in the actual item.
I think it's a bonus action.
Raven's Lamba. You can make a melee attack. No, that's not it.
Bonus action.
Bonus action to release it.
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna use a bonus action and I'm gonna just shout at Trinket to go run towards my brother.
Okay.
And I'm
So,
gonna attack it again.
You send Trinket out 10 feet in front, and Trinket's going to go, it's 40, right?
40 feet.
Yeah.
Trinket rushes forward. There, you go ahead and make your second attack.
Oh God.
Trinket. Big old grizzly bear type entity just charging into the darkness, growling, echoing through the cavern.
Oh, disadvantage.
Disadvantage, yes.
27.
27 with disadvantage still hits, yeah.
Okay.
Your honed senses to dragonkind, you can remember the mass and general size and placement, and based on the sound you heard and the growls from the first impact you made, you just strike again in the same direction, hitting true. Roll damage.
12.
12 damage.
Is that sneak attack because my brother's next to it?
Yeah, 5 feet. Well, you'd know. It's occupied with me.
Yeah.
So I would have gotten sneak attack on both those.
Yes, I'll...
Oh, well, just on the one.
Just on the one.
Okay.
Yes, I'll allow it, because he is currently threatening it. It was a lucky shot. It was a very lucky shot.
Additional 5.
Alrighty, good to know. So total of...
17.
17, thank you. Both arrows done, Trinket rushing in.
And I want to duck down if I can behind that whatever that I'm standing on now.
I mean, you can duck down, but you've used most of your actions this turn to just assail and send Trinket in there, so you can't hide per se.
Okay, I just want to duck behind a
You're
pillar
like,
so I don't. I'm kind of not away from anything
Cool.
flying at me.
Makes sense. All right, so we're now 20. So, at this point in time, the roar hits. Echoing through the cavern as the echoing begins to vibrate and the noise doesn't subside. The low hum turns instead to a... as seemingly out of the pool of acid, a cloud of biting, stinging insects emerges.
Oh shit, he did insect plague.
Floats this direction.
Fuck.
Getting the three of you right there. And we'll say for the purposes of this that you guys are both in that radius. Anyway, so this cloud of insects moves in to where it is. I need Percy, I need Shale, and I need Vex to all make Constitution saving throws.
Oh.
8. 8.
Ouchies.
21.
All right.
18.
18. Okay. So, you guys both being dexterous and quick, but also, able to maintain your form as best you can in this turn, managed to pull out of the way without too much impact. However, poor Shale is just surrounded by the insects.
Oh no, Shale!
Slow and half deaf. Just.
You take 12 points of piercing damage as the insects just riddle you with bites and stings. All right.
Shale, do you have any gold teeth or hidden savings accounts that we should also know about?
I can't hear you.
It's at this point now, you hear a few footfalls. Vax. You see a splash in the pool next to you that almost scatters against you. Bits of it hitting the edge of your armor, but the armor absorbs the blow, being attuned towards acid resistance. A few other steps as it begins to work away. I will allow you to make an attack of opportunity with disadvantage.
With disadvantage, but oh shit. Yeah, okay.
Yep. So go ahead and do that. As you just sense that it's moving away, and you just kind of wildly swing out in front of you.
Nah. 15. Nah.
15. Whiffs on air. However, moving forward, a voice comes roaring out into the area.
You dare soil my home after what you've done below. I will watch you dissolve before I suck down your liquid forms.
We are all sorts of intellect.
I need
Oh boy.
Vex, Pike, Keyleth, Scanlan, and Percy to all make dexterity saving throws.
Do I not have cover?
Not enough to prevent this. It's a lobbed stream of liquid acid that comes on and surrounds Corroded.
Do we get advantage on
We
any
wouldn't
of it?
die.
Dexterity saving roll.
Unless you have something that gives you advantage on
I'm spending a resolve. Because I was bullshit.
There's nothing that helps us.
It's gonna leave a mark.
Like if our fancy feast didn't help us at all.
Can I burn another resolve or?
You can only do it once a
Oh,
turn.
god damn it.
Nope.
Okay.
All right, so
Wow.
Can I use cutting words to buff my roll?
use cutting words to reduce the damage.
But not to. Yeah. No, you're right.
I'm pretty sure that's how it functions.
That seems right. Yeah. All right. 18 then.
18. All right. Hold on, just to
Wait.
double check while you're saying this, just to bring up the ability. 'cause It's a good ability to use.
I should know this. Subtract
Yeah,
from.
it would have to be a damage roll because there's no attack roll. There's no other roll incorporated with this other than the damage. So.
Got it. It just happens.
Right, but it reduces the damage roll, which affects everybody.
Oh. Okay.
Cast
Pretty
it on
sure.
you, I cast it on. Wait, I think I cast resistance on. I cast it on Keyleth. I cast it on
Me.
I
think you cast it on Scanlan.
It's faded since
No,
then,
I'm
so it's a
okay.
Yeah, it's
concentration
faded.
spell. And,
So it
No,
lasts for
Scanlan's
like an
got
hour.
the armor.
Got armor. I'm okay.
Got the number of roll from creature's roll. So yeah, if you were to use cutting words on this, it would reduce the damage all of you would take from it.
All right. I will use cutting words to reduce the damage.
What are your cutting words, Scanlan?
My cutting words are. Your lower intestine smells like shit.
Go ahead and roll your bardic inspiration die.
10.
Gesticulation.
Shit roll.
Come on.
3.
Oh, so 18 saving throw. What was yours?
10.
10. Keyleth?
14.
14. Vex? 1. Pike?
7.
7. Okay. So reduced by 3, you all suffer 47 points of acid damage.
Okay. Including me with my acid armor.
You take half of that.
Aren't you glad I gave you the armor?
47. What is it?
You take 23.
40, okay.
23 points of acid damage.
Okay.
All right.
Calculator.
After this long, angry, boastful diatribe as it rears back to blow, your words confuse it, and the spray seems a little off-center than what it intended. However, most of you are now currently dealing with the searing pain of the acid pressed against your bodies. Ending that turn, Vax, you're up.
Did I see where the ejection of acid came out of
You
midair?
did. It came from this area.
Fuck. That
Does that
sucked.
allow me to use? Am I still at a disadvantage even though I saw right where that crap came out?
Correct, because you don't know if it moved away or not. You don't know exactly where it is. You just know it's somewhere in that vicinity.
I'm gonna throw 2 daggers at it and
All right.
hope that Trinket's near it, but we'll see. So at disadvantage, bollocks. Okay, no, that's 15.
Nope.
22.
22 just hits.
Yes!
Oh!
Trinket, however, is actually adjacent to Umbrasil, so you do get sneak attack damage.
Oh! What's up?
Keen dagger.
Mm-hmm.
Get him. Fucking kill him.
3, 6, 9, 10, 18, 19, it was 26.
26?
Yeah.
All right. All right, so the one dagger just vanishes into the darkness. The other one sticks into the hide for a second before disappearing in a plume of smoke, reappearing at the side of your belt. You hear a low...
I'm gonna use my movement to go along the back edge of the cave as far as I can.
Here?
Directly opposite from my family.
All right. Looking at the rest of this cavern,
There's 3 other
Look
dragons.
at all the gold hiding over there.
There is what seems to be the majority of the funds that were gathered from Westruun and whatever else elements of the previous Dragon's Hoard have currently been brought over to the new layer. Who knows how much has been.
6 copper.
I thought that was his magic healing spot, and I guessed wrong.
So, is that a new turn? Yeah. All right, out comes to Shale.
All right. I'm in insects, right?
You are currently surrounded by stinging, biting insects.
Okay. I will stride forth. I'm slow and old. I move 20, so I'll use all my movement, 40, to advance.
There you go. As you come pushing through, brushing them off with your stump and your staff, waving it in front, angrily growling, you come to rest at the side of this one pillar that juts out of the ground with Vax right up above you.
I'll just sort of
I'm
dimly
Vex.
look into the darkness and see if I can see here. Like, there's just gray mist in front of my eyes right
You
now.
can see.
Hi.
You can't see anything, but you do hear right in front of you a growling, snarling bear. And like you see elements and flashes of the bear that you saw Vax summon forth from her throat.
I'm Vex.
Vex.
And the dagger disappeared into something, right?
Get it
It's
by
no one's fault but
episode
yourself.
600.
It's the best thing ever, Matt. It's the best thing ever.
All right. But I can't hear the dragon at all at this point, or is
you-
I guess it's kind of stomping around.
It's stomping around a little bit. You gather and you saw where the actual projectile came from, so you know it's somewhere in this vicinity.
Well, you're not very brave, are you? Invisible, hiding, afraid to show your face.
Good one.
Taunting.
Yes,
Yes.
Taunting. Taunt.
Oh, bollocks. Well, that will be a 9.
A 9. You hear slowly curling out from the darkness ahead of you.
Bravery means nothing. Survival and victory mean everything.
Oh, shut up, you flying suitcase.
That's how you end a round. Mike, you're up.
Oh, it's something my grandma would say. Careful, you could be on medication.
I'm going to.
I could use some right now.
Yeah. I'm gonna hold my action and I'm gonna backpack onto Grog.
Okay, so you move on over and leap up onto Grog's back, holding tightly. What's the trigger for your action that you're holding?
His next attack on somebody.
The next time you sense the dragon is attacking somebody.
Yes.
All right, gotcha. What are you holding? What action are you holding? Is it a spell?
Pick now.
Yes.
Okay. So you begin preparing the spell. You're now concentrating on it as you're holding the back of Grog. Okay. Holding that bit, that brings us to Keyleth. Keyleth, what are you doing?
If I move through insect plague, will I take damage, or is it if I end on the other end in it?
You don't know.
I seem to waltz through it.
You that's true. You waltzed through it, and you didn't start in it, did you?
I did.
Oh, you did, but you took the damage up top. You didn't take damage again after you got out of it. All right, let me. I want to see if I can move. I'm having a hard time seeing Matt. Can I get my full movement of 30 feet into like this corner here?
Over here?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna get around there unless you want to try and go over the top of the rocks. That way, it's gonna require a climb check.
Oh, really? I can
Yeah.
parkour it? Yeah.
All right, go ahead and make a strength check.
14.
It's not too hard. You run up, grab, leap over the side. That puts you at 5, 10. You can get right there.
Okay. And then I think the dragon is
Somewhere in this
roughly
vicinity.
here.
You can see Trinket is currently snarling and like lashing out and biting in this area of the cavern.
I'm really sorry, Grog. I'm gonna cast Fairy Fire. Roughly somewhere where I think he is.
Why is that bad?
Means you don't have acid resistance anymore. It's a concentration spell.
Oh.
But
But none of us can see him.
We gotta
Yeah.
Alrighty, so
Sorry.
Also, I'm going
With
to turn you into an
that,
eagle again.
Fairy fire. You guys watch as suddenly this burst of somewhat violetish blue light, like a small, tiny explosion of glitter and starlight, just hits the area and outlines the entirety of the large dragon Umbrasil.
Holy moly.
And with my bonus action,
Which, yeah, failed saving throw.
damn right he did. With my bonus action, I'm gonna go into my.
Actually, you know what?
He's going to take his thing.
He's gonna do his thing, isn't he?
Yeah.
No, you don't need to.
Yeah, I do.
No.
Third and final legendary resistance. You get a glimpse of where Umbrasil is, and then the magic dissipates. Umbrasil vanishes from sight.
Damn it.
Shit.
You burned his third legendary action. You burned his third legendary action.
That's a good thing.
You burned it. It's
Wait,
gone.
Did that also negate my disadvantage from cutting words on the save?
Well, no, he can succeed
Does he
automatically.
concede
Yeah,
automatically?
no, it's a
Balls.
choice to succeed.
So that's dead too.
No.
Does he use the legendary action before he fails?
No, it's true. Yeah.
So it kills that too.
It does, yeah.
Nice.
What's it kill? What's it kill?
No, my thing's dead too.
Oh.
He double fucked us.
Great. Fuck you, asshole.
Save it like that.
Well, no. Essentially, he rolled a disadvantage to make the saving throw.
Failed.
It.
And then decided.
And then decided to
Take his
succeed
legendary
based
action.
on the legendary
But
resistance.
it's gone. It's gone. They're gone.
They're gone. They're gone.
Okay.
They're gone.
Maybe.
You can't.
There are, as far as you know from
That
previous
trick- Unless it
experience
can-
with dragons, there are no further uses of its legendary resistance.
What a dick.
Is that in your turn, Keyleth?
I don't.
Level 1 spell. You still have more up your sleeves if you wanted to try it later.
Huh?
on.
What?
So it's level 1 spell. You can future rounds try it again if you want to.
No, I know. I don't think I'm gonna go into my B-shaped form so I can do another spell next turn. Can I just kind of tuck and see if I can hide? Take a bonus action to hide kind of in like this little nook and cranny here?
You can't use a bonus action to hide, unfortunately.
Oh, because I'm not a rogue.
Because you're not a rogue. Sorry, girl.
Can I hug that pillar and say,
You can totally do that.
'Kay.
And you are currently hugging the pillar going, to what effect it'll have, we shall see.
scared.
At the end of Keyleth's turn, it's going to use one of his legendary actions, two of his legendary actions to do a wing attack. It's going to beat its wings, everything within 15 feet, which right now would only be Trinket. Has to go ahead and succeed on a dexterity saving throw. Go ahead and roll a dexterity saving throw for Trinket.
Come on, Trank.
I'm gonna roll the brown dice for Trinket.
But he's gone.
Dexterity? 12?
12, okay. So Trinket takes 15 points of bludgeoning damage. And
He's resistant to bludgeoning!
is the armor? Okay.
Yes!
So takes 7 points of bludgeoning damage, however, is still knocked prone from the blast of wind, which whoosh, whooshes through the entirety of the cavern, causing dust to raise up. The actual, the cloud of insects gets shifted a little bit before having to reform back in its place from the sheer force. In doing so, suddenly there's a rush of air and two giant slamming sounds as feet have placed themselves right up front with Shale and Vax. Vex. Fuck.
Wow.
I have a lot to concentrate on. Shut up.
When I die, I'm coming back as a character named Vix.
And you can find another dungeon master. All right, so that ends Keyleth's turn. Grog, you're up.
I take the tiny pike backpack, and I would like to run along the right, the farther wall from you. Opposite direction.
Oh, this way?
Yes.
All right.
50 feet, using diagonals to try and get as far around that pool as I can.
That's about as far as you can get there. So that's movement with Pike on your back. So that's your movement.
That's yeah, that's good. I'm gonna, and I'll use my bonus action to go into a range.
All right.
Yeah, I say, Pike, give me a slap.
Sends you into the rage. You still have your action. Anything you want to do?
Nope.
Okay. Are you holding your action for any particular thing?
Well, I can't really hit him from here.
Nope. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That ends Grog's turn. Scanlan, you're up.
I can't see him, right?
Not from what you can tell, no.
Balls. I will. I can see Vex, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Shale.
Mm-hmm.
I will. Shit. I can't do much without seeing him. Here's what I'll do. I will. I'll start by inspiring Shale. And I'll just step out and sing. And I will always buff you. And then I will pick a place and cast Stinking Cloud.
Okay. You take your D10 inspiration die.
Excellent.
And
I know.
Stinking Cloud. I haven't seen that in a while.
No, well, no, that's too late. I already said it.
Poof.
Yep. Stinking Cloud, where are you setting it?
I can have a pointer. Well,
Mm-hmm.
I'll just come over here.
Right here. Right there? All right. We'll put this over here for now, keeping track of the Stinking Cloud. We'll just note the insects from this vicinity, as most people have passed beyond it. Oh, no.
I killed you.
Oh no!
All right, so with that, Umbrasyl is going to go ahead and attempt a Constitution saving throw. That's
Fail.
a 3 plus 14. It's a 17. What's the DC?
20.
Ah!
Or, yeah.
Suck it.
Right. That'll technically be at the start of its turn, but we'll carry that over. So, all right. So the cloud appears in the space. You can already hear. Are you gonna move or you gonna stay where you are?
Oh, there's no more cloud of insects, yeah?
It's still in this vicinity,
there.
technically.
Oh.
Just-
If there's any way to avoid it and move up to where Kiki is or anything?
Yeah, if you want to make a strength check to climb.
All right, I'll do that. I'll move up to
for
where
it.
Kiki is. 17.
17. Yeah, you actually hopscotch up, leap over Percy, and get up on top next to her there.
Oh, Percy! Didn't
No.
notice your bald spot there.
Just grows in light. Just grows in light.
Sure, sure.
All right, that ends your turn, Scanlan. With that, it's going to use its third legendary action this turn to attempt a tail attack against you, Vex.
Thank you.
That's Vix.
I will stab you. That is a 19 to hit.
Nope.
Nope.
20.
20. With that, you dodge out of the way. You feel the impact of some large, heavy slam onto the stone right next to you. Pieces of it break off and then withdraws. Just barely dodging it in time. All right, that ends. That comes to.
Since he made an attack, can I?
Yes, you can.
I
Do
would
your
like
thing,
him
girl.
to command him to be visible.
Oh. So,
Reveal himself.
what's the word?
Reveal.
Okay.
Appear.
Appear. There you go. It's caught. All right. That is a 19 plus 11. I'm pretty sure it makes the save.
Fuck you!
What a dick!
Sorry. The
Do I
low
still get a-
chuckle.
Do I still get a bonus action?
That would have been during your turn. You can only hold your action. So,
Yeah, you pulled cool, Percy.
Good try. That brings us to the top. Percy, you're up.
Oh God. Okay, I'm going to take a second to try and pray that my second gun doesn't break, because that's going to get really ugly. And it doesn't. My gun is fine.
All right.
My gun is fine.
That's about it.
But that's it. I'm going to start running straight down as far as my legs will take. Not that way. Towards the pool.
Towards the pool. Okay. So
Angle.
There's
Like there
clouds
and
of
now to the
insects.
Oh,
Just
that's
remember.
the insects. That's right. So yeah, no.
As long as you get out of it.
I'm rolling. I'm gonna roll around the stone to the right then. As far as I can go.
6.
Yeah, you're
As
out of
far
it.
as you can get there. You are outside of the insect cloud.
We're just
Not
all
to worry.
lined up.
Okay.
All right. And as you're running, you're like preparing, cleaning it, polishing, loading it. Okay. Looks good. Looks good.
Kind of bunching up over there.
Yeah.
Good. Oh yes. I'm gonna spend my bonus action to do a quick heal. Cause
Okay. You second wind.
my second one.
Go for it.
Oh god, that was awful.
That's okay. Done that.
So yeah, good. You can move on. Sorry.
Okay. Vex.
Do I have any kind of sense of your stinking cloud is right there?
Yeah.
Isn't that?
Which you
can
do see
some
elements of the cloud
elements?
are displaced in places.
Yeah.
It's not showing you exactly where it is, but you are aware that the entity of Umbrasyl is directly in front of Shale and nearly directly in front of you.
Enough to like negate the disadvantage.
No.
No,
Not to
because
mention
I-
the fact that you are technically in its melee range, so any of your ranged attacks.
All right,
will be rough anyway.
disadvantage again, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't
Unless
stack.
it's 5 foot. So is it 5 foot or is it melee? I'm trying to remember. But this is 5 feet. But regardless, it's close to you. It's bad
close
news.
to me.
Yeah.
If Trinket gets up, does that use any of my stuff? Trinket can move freely.
You can
of
move
me.
independently of you.
So Trinket's gonna get up,
It's half movement. Yep.
and he's gonna bite its Umbrasyl's tail to try to distract him, so I can run on between its legs.
Okay. So Trinket's gonna go ahead and roll perception check for Trinket.
Trinket, snack attack.
Yeah.
Snack attack.
Oh, he's got a keen sense of smell, so he's got advantage on smell perception.
That there's a stinking.
There's a sticking cloud right there. It's gonna be roll again. We'll see if Trinket can
Smells
discern
farts.
between.
Okay, well, I rolled a 15, and I don't know what I add to it.
Be Trinket's wisdom.
Oh, perception, 7.
is-
So 20.
Trademark.
22? Okay. Trinket runs past here. It can only make 20 feet of its movement because I had to use the rest to get out of prone. However,
Right.
strafes aside and begins reaching out and starts snapping. So you want to give Trinket
He's gonna attack him.
okay. As part of your attack action, is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna have Trinket do one of his attacks so I can move and
As
run.
like your bonus action element? Okay, go for it.
Yeah.
Have Trinket roll for an attack. With disadvantage because it is invisible.
Ah.
That's good.
Did that doesn't count?
I feel like it still counts. Though. Okay, count. It's only 15.
15. Trinket slashes out in the air. With the obfuscation of the stinking cloud and the invisible dragon, Trinket's just getting mouthfuls of air.
What does stinking cloud do to me?
Makes you sick.
Makes you sick.
Fuck. I try to run away. I try to run around and run past Umbrasyl.
You're not in the cloud.
But I would go through it if I tried to run between
Right.
its legs. I'll just try to run along to the side.
Okay, so
I think she wants to do like a cool kind of,
Yeah.
you know, Legolas.
on the broom still?
Taking down the.
Sure, why the fuck not? I'm on the broom. Does it
Alright.
matter?
I mean, it'll give you a little more action. You just can't attack from the broom because you'll have disadvantage on your attack since you haven't finished your setup yet.
Jesus. I just want to run on the broom and use my
Working
bonus
on it.
action. Is that as far as I can get?
That's about as far as you can get on your regular feet.
On my broom, though.
There.
And I can use my bonus action to hide? Can I try to hide?
You are completely out in the open. You have no way of hiding right now.
You can,
You're like,
you can dash.
hide!
though.
You don't see me.
You can dash and get further away.
I'm gonna dash and I'm gonna get further away.
On rogue bonus action.
Oh yes, you can.
Hide, dash,
Yep, you
disengage.
can.
Yeah,
Yep.
so I'm gonna do
Yeah,
that.
it's a second round.
I'm gonna hide behind those things.
There?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you can get there. However, as you rush by, Umbrasyl does get an attack opportunity on you.
Yeah.
It's going to make a bite as you rush by. That is going to be a 30 to hit.
I think that hits.
Isn't
All
it
right.
a disadvantage since he's in smoke?
Huh?
Farts.
Because he's in farts?
No. That's not quite what it does.
I was in
says it
farts. I would
does.
be at
Oh,
disadvantage.
it's 2d10, sorry.
I'm gonna die.
Bite. That is 17 So you take 25 points of piercing damage, plus an additional 8 points of acid damage from the inside of its mouth.
Cool. Tight.
Total of 33
Tight.
points of damage
Cool.
as you rush past.
Oh, jeez.
All right. That ends your turn, Vex?
Oh, that it does.
All right. The insect cloud fades away.
What's he gonna
Insects just dying off and dropping to the ground in piles of currently twitching insects. However,
Not the bees. Not the bees.
Not the bees! The acid pools suddenly begin to rumble and expand and reach out.
I'm glad I hid behind by another asset.
wow. I'm glad I'm
Any creature
remote.
within 20 feet of the pool has to make a strength saving throw. So that will be
Oh, no.
Shale, Grog, Pike, and Vex.
Yay.
5.
The dexterity.
You have
You have your inspiration. That's
Oh.
true.
What are we? What
You
are
want
we
to
doing?
use it?
Yeah, strength save.
Well,
A strength, no dex saving throw.
over the hump.
It won't help me.
It won't help me. Yeah.
Save it for a good moment.
Yeah.
Yep.
23, good to know. Pike,
21.
all right.
Yeah,
13.
13, and
Monster.
all right. So, you guys both manage to, as the pool swishes out, it comes up to your knees, Grog, and you just kind of pull back and lean against the wall as the pool subsides back. No immediate effect. It just barely manages to catch you. However, both Shale and Vax are pulled 20 feet into the pool itself.
Oh.
Vax. I'm just gonna keep saying it now, over and over again. Pulled into the
It's like
actual
adds
acid
insult
pool.
to injury. You're
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
die,
it
and I'm
is.
gonna call you your brother the
brother's
entire time.
Yep. Sorry about that. You both are knocked prone and pulled into the water because it is an acid pit. You both also suffer 12 points of acid damage.
Wow.
To both
Okay.
Shale and Vex.
That's a thing that can happen. All right.
All right. Now, Umbrasil, who failed
Failed.
the saving throw,
Gets to spend his entire turn coughing.
So, Pierce.
Very
I
odd.
can't believe sticking cloud worked.
Spends his
Against
entire
poison,
turn.
failed to save the creature spends its action retching and reeling.
All right.
Coughs his innards out the hole in his gut.
Yep.
Dragon hernia.
Yep. So so the action is spent. The dragon is just, which is good because it rolled a 5 and got its breath weapon back. But it can't use it this turn because it's just coughing in the middle of the air.
Spectacular. Nice work.
It rears back, about to spit the acid before, and like bits of it come shooting out of the nose, and it kind of it got like the whole milk in the nostrils thing, except for its acid. It's bad for the dragon. Okay, that ends its action. It is going to move out. Let's see if it's. I forgot to roll concentration for the invisibility on the last attack that happened. And I just rolled a 1.
Hey!
Hey!
That it appears once again on the map. The invisibility spell no longer there.
Oh, thank God.
Now we can watch it kill us.
Is going to it's going to stomp over out of the cloud.
Oh my goodness.
Perfect. Right there.
Wait, what?
Oh god.
Does Trinket get an attack?
Trinket does actually. Go ahead and roll for a Trinket.
Yeah, he does. I don't know which one I want to roll here. They've all been betraying me.
17.
17?
Yeah.
That misses.
Yeah.
Or it hits, and Trinket just the claws streak across the back of the dragon's hide. No damage sustained. But good job, Trinket. All right. So
He's trying, man.
He's
out.
Hey,
He's so brave.
he's doing great.
Brave
Back, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna dart up behind the pillar of stone there, and I'm gonna chuck a dagger at it.
All right. What's the far range on it?
60.
60 feet.
I'm a sharpshooter, so there's no disadvantage.
Very nice right now.
It is out of range. You
And
throw
I'm
it.
closer. I mean, I know how far I can throw a dagger, so I want to get up close enough to be within range to throw a dagger.
Still can't get close enough. Not with your
60
full movement.
Get your sister out of the
You can move
I'm-
30 feet.
Where are you? You're in the acid?
I am in the acid.
Oh, That's
I
pretty
am
cool.
in the acid.
I'm going to go to my sister. I'm going to drag her out, and I'm going to pop the one healing potion I have down a gullet. That's pretty goddamn cool. And pull her behind the. I'm going to pull her to behind, so we're both behind that pillar.
Okay, so you pull her behind the pillar. You go ahead and feed her the healing potion. That is your turn. Drag you out of the acid pool.
Potion of greater healing.
All right. So that is a 4d4 plus 4 healing to you.
4d4 plus
All right, that ends Vax's turn. Shale, you're up.
All right. I'm going to stand up if I can and make my way back onto firm rock.
Okay.
Do I take any damage when I start my turn in the pool?
You do actually. You take 6 points of acid damage. You have now stepped up right
It's
there.
right there, right?
Yep, the dragon fully visible to you.
Pick on someone your own size.
And I'll whack him on the derriere with my staff.
Go for it.
All right.
So you're at 3 attacks, correct?
2 attacks. The first one is a very, very sad 14. I'm not going to waste the D10 on that.
Thunk across the hide, no damage.
Oh my god.
Oh, for love of.
No, Chris, no.
You have an
All right.
inspiration.
Wait, what did you get?
It doesn't
Natural
do
one.
shit with a 1.
Natural 1.
Happens to the best of us, man.
Yes. Betrayed by
As
these
a level
dice.
13
We
fighter,
got more.
don't you get a third attack with your action?
What's up? Oh yes, you're right. That one, I rolled a 19. I will spend the inspiration die and turn into a 26.
Yeah!
Hey! Full damage with the Gortison.
Oh, what's this? Okay. I do 11 points of wacky damage.
Nice.
And try to bait this thing into turning on me.
Okay.
I will also use my second wind
All right, go for it.
to regain 15 hit points.
15 hit points to you. Go for it. Ending Shale's turn. That brings it to Pike.
Oh.
But at the end of Shale's turn, Drago's going to go ahead and use legendary action to attempt a tail attack against. So he meant you, Scanlan, as you are the source of the stinking cloud that caused it to cough up. It goes.
Oh boy. Foolish Bart. Get back into my stomach.
And whips around as its tail comes streaking overhead. And it rolls a natural 1. Hey! As it spins around, that's when your staff actually hits the back of its hide. And as it does, it kind of gooses it a little in a sensitive place.
Good game.
And the tail kind of arcs strangely and slams into the stone next to you, missing you by about 6 inches.
Great. I'll take it.
All right. I'm gonna guiding bolt him right up the butt.
What? You're in the position for it.
Yep.
All right. So, what level are you casting Guiding Bolt?
Third.
3rd level on Guiding Bolt. All right. Bring it back to the moment. That'll put it at 6d6. So go ahead and roll a spell attack.
Pause for hand fart noises.
Now, 20.
Ooh, snap.
Guiding bolt.
Nice.
So go ahead and roll 6d6 and we'll double it.
Oh my god.
It will double.
Oh my god. Double it?
Yeah.
That's a critical hit.
Critical hit.
Whoa!
I've never done
The
that
dragon
before.
killer. Right up the butt.
Okay,
Right.
let's keep
Kill him,
going.
kill him.
Okay.
Monster! Kill him!
Concho.
Concho.
Concho! Yes!
Oh my god, 24.
Could be it.
One more. Concho the dragon.
50 points. So 50 points.
50 points of radiant damage
Right up the butt.
Up the butt.
right up Umberseal's posterior. Suddenly, as Pike, still clutching onto the back of Grog, you reach and grab the symbol of Sarenrae, kind of, leaving your sword to the side of your sheath. Hold it forward, and as you do, you concentrate. A glowing beam of radiant energy shoots forward just as Shale knocks the backside of Umberseal. The tail streaks overhead to hit Scanlan, leaves you a nice direct shot right at the dragon rump. Thump. There is a dull thump sound as Umberseal sits straight up for a second. As there's a burst of divine explosive energy right in the posterior. Looking back, there is now a shiny glow pulsing from the back of Umbraseel's body. The next attack has advantage against Umbrasil.
Firefly.
You're like a firefly. Still alive.
So that's your action. You still have your movement and bonus if you want.
Okay, so I would like to. I think I'm gonna stay.
Okay.
We'll stay. And then bonus action, I am going to throw up a spiritual weapon.
Okay. Yeah, do you want your spiritual weapon to ghoul? What level spiritual weapon? Second level? Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A really large meat hook. Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Gross.
Where are you setting it?
Sadistic.
Right, like it is back.
All right. So, sitting right there at the tail of Umbrasil, this giant, glowing, radiant meat hook appears and goes ahead and makes a strike. Go ahead and make your spell attack against Umbrasil.
Uh, 27.
All right, that hits. Go ahead and roll damage. It is a 1d8 plus 5.
10.
Nice. All right. All right. You're gonna stay where you are? Or you're gonna move?
I'm gonna stay with my rug.
Okay, so you're still piggybacking on Garog. Got it. Okay, that ends Pike's turn. Keyleth, you're up. Actually, at the end of Pike's turn.
Yeah, you
can
know
use
what?
another
I'm gonna get off of his back.
Okay. You're gonna stay where you are though?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll be there. At the end of your turn, I can use another legendary action to make a second tail attack at Scanlan. Again,
Okay.
frustrated by this whole circumstance.
I'm sure it is.
That is gonna. That's a 20.
Oh.
I use a cutting words.
You may if you want to.
All right.
All right.
So it's a natural 20.
Oh.
You can reduce the damage though with your cutting words if you'd like to.
All right, I'll do that.
Probably for the best. So for that, you suffer. Oh, that's 28 points of bludgeoning damage as the tail swoops down. Whack! This time finding its mark, slamming into you, sending you against the wall of the stonework, and you stumble forward back into place, feeling already the impact of the bludgeoning wound.
That's a 4, so.
So we reduce that to 24.
Nice.
And halved? No, it's not acid. Sorry, brain.
So 24 points of bludgeoning damage from the attack. However, Umbrasil's next saving throw is a disadvantage because of Myth Carver. All right, now, Keyleth, what you doing?
Okay. Fairy fire. Poof, right in front of me.
Okay.
Right on top of him.
He's not invisible.
It gives everybody advantage on attacks against him.
Yes, it does.
Oh, that's great. Ooh.
Yeah. I hope he's got enough hit points to make it worth it.
With disadvantage on the saving throw.
Yeah, take it, bitch.
That is a 10.
Glitter bomb. It's like a Kesha music video.
4. So that's a 4 plus 9 because of the disadvantage. You rolled a 10 and a 4. That'll bring it to 13. Does not succeed. You watch as the second burst of purplish energy surrounds Umbrasil, radiating a glow and a nice.
The prettiest dragon.
Yeah.
You're so pretty.
Got a glowing
Gilbo
eye.
would love this
Let's
right
go
now.
dirty.
Be all about
Disco dragon.
Disco dragon.
Fancy dragon. Let me tell you. You guys all have a very. You went from not able to see the dragon to very much being able to see the dragon. All right. Wow. Okay.
I'm gonna use my bonus action to turn into a water elemental.
Okay. You being a druid, shit.
Yeah, that's how I roll.
Kitty girl. Like it with that.
Get a girl, get a girl.
Let's get boy.
Water elemental. Keyleth, are you gonna stay there?
Can I move?
If you'd like to.
Am I in like his range of attack?
You gather, yes.
Uh-huh.
You gather.
Pretty big range.
Honestly, Umbrasil's so fucking big, I can't see what's
right
going on in
next to
front
you.
of me.
You're right there.
Is Scanlan in front of me?
Scanlan is right next to you, to the right.
And I'm to your left.
Can I kind of step in front and shield Scanlan?
Unfortunately, the cliff ends right there, so you couldn't get in front of Scanlan without dropping to the lower platform.
What about anybody else?
Percy is down there. You could fill some of Umbrasyl's space, but you're not going to be able to guard anybody from an attack, unfortunately. Especially being an entity made of water. Not a whole lot of defensive strategy in there.
Okay. I'm next to Shale as well, right? We're all in the shit together.
Well, Shale's over here.
Oh, Shale's over there.
I'm flanking it from the side.
You know what? I'm just gonna
Stay there.
stay there.
All right, Grog, you're up.
I would like to run along the side of the pool and up on his left side, closest to like the entrance of the cave. Right there would be delicious.
There you go.
And I would like to go into a frenzied rage.
Yes, Rob. Yes.
Disadvantage regular strike on the first, maybe.
You already have advantage on all the attacks because of
Yeah.
Fairy Fire, so you
Yeah,
don't
not
need...
reckless, but just
Yeah, go for
not
it.
great weapon on the first.
Great weapon. You got advantage.
Is that a 20?
Oh, that would be a natural 20.
Oh, that's not gonna be good for him.
Barbarian crits, man.
Gotta keep rolling, yeah.
Advantage.
Well, do the damage for the
damage
critical, yeah.
Which would be what? Oh my god.
Lot.
Here it comes.
Roll.
How many does
This
it
and the
roll?
next round are going to be really ugly.
Kill it. Fucking kill it.
Boom, boom.
24.
24, okay.
Roll, and then you, what, double it, or you add another?
Well, the dice roll is... Well, you roll 1 d12.
Mm-hmm.
What was that? The first d12 you rolled.
It was a 15.
Well, what's
No,
the
I'm
dice
sorry.
roll?
Oh, the dice roll is 12.
12. So
Oh,
we'll make...
shit.
Rolls a 12?
Yeah.
Shit, okay, so that goes to 24. And then you add your modifier. And then roll 2 more d12s. So it was 24 plus... Is it 7?
Yeah. So
Plus the 2 for the axe. Oh my god.
the
31,
necrotic.
33. Plus the necrotic. Oh fuck, and that's double too.
So that's an 11 for the second d12.
Okay.
Should we write these numbers down?
All right,
Okay, wait,
so
hold on.
yeah, we have to now. So it's 24 plus 2 for the axe, plus 7 for the strength.
Plus 5 for the
Hold on.
necrotic.
Hold on.
Yeah, sorry.
We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting math crunchy here, guys.
I know.
So 24 plus 9. So we're looking at 33 plus the necrotic times 2, which is 10.
10.
That's 43 plus the 2 other d12s, which is an 11. So that's
64.
54.
54.
Plus your last d12.
64.
Which is a 10.
You did 64 points of damage with this one critical hit.
He's a monster!
Alrighty. So that's your first attack.
Yeah.
Dragon's like, hello.
Hello.
Disco dragon.
20.
20. The first strike swings wide and slams deep into an already open wound left by a rogue earlier in the sky. This time the axe sinks deep into its body and Umbrasyl roars out in immense pain. You can see spittle and blood, both nicks kind of being jettisoned from its mouth out of the sheer pain that it's feeling. You take the axe and you push him in deeper in and push him in deeper in and withdraw it. As you do, the blade is entirely covered in deep purplish black dragon blood. You swing for a second strike. This time it puts its claw out and catches the axe in the middle of the air. You manage to wrench it free from its grasp as it turns its head towards you angrily.
What can I use War God's Blessing again?
That is your channel divinity. Let me go ahead and double check here real fast. So, channel.
We also have Hero's Feast up, by the way, if that makes any amount of difference.
Yeah, there's Hero's Feast.
I don't
That
know.
don't do nothing.
anything.
No.
It helped you with the temporary hit points.
You
It
gotta
helped you
grade
with
me off.
poison
Fear.
resistance.
Fear.
Helped you with the fear resist
Fear
at the
was
beginning.
major.
That was the
Yeah.
big
I
one.
don't remember my temporary hit points.
Yeah,
anymore.
channel divinity, War God's blessing, and you
Oh,
can
they're
channel
gone now.
divinity
Oh yeah, it's true.
Have you been hit yet?
Yeah.
They go
Twice.
up,
You
they
can
go
do it a
away
second time.
first.
You can.
I did
They
it.
go
Yeah.
away.
Wait, didn't you use it
'Cause
between rests? Yeah, you can do it. You can do it a second time if you want to. All right. So with that, with the plus 10, it makes it to 30. So as Umbrasyl grabs the axe, stopping it in midair, you just grin, reach forward with the axe, and push it into its actual claw. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah.
You nasty boy. 27.
27 points of damage. All right. And do you want to use your bonus action?
I do.
Yes, you do.
Let's do it, Great Weapon Master, just for kicks.
All right.
6 minus 5 is 21.
21. As you push the blade into Umbrasyl's hand, it rears back its head and snaps towards you. You duck out of the way, pull the blade back, and go for a third strike. This time, however, it actually rears its actual torso up, putting its claws in the air, and you find air right beneath it. Does not strike true.
Cool. Good beans. Good beans.
Yeah. That finishes Grog's turn. At the end of Grog's turn, it's going to use its third legendary action to go ahead and make a... Actually, no, it's going to hold on to its third... It's not. It's going to hold on to a legendary action. All right, that brings us to Scanlan.
Jesus. He's not dead yet?
Which, Scanlan, because you took the tail attack earlier, I've got to have you roll a concentration check for Sinking Cloud. You have advantage on it, though, so...
that's right.
You have your Constitution bonus.
20.
Yeah, you're fine.
Great.
So it's your
I've
turn
got
now.
my stinking cloud still.
I'd
I'd like to move the stinking cloud up. No, I can't do that.
You can.
You can move a stinking
Well,
cloud?
I think
No.
it moves from a short breeze, actually.
It's fine.
Yeah, you can't.
It's
Yeah.
fine.
Older versions, I think. You
I
can,
don't
but
want
you
the
can't,
stinking cloud anyway. All right, so
I'll kill
he's
you.
right. He's right on us. He's got a legendary action. This is not good. Shit. Okay, I'll.
That's what your sinking cloud sounds like, right?
Yep. I will reintroduce him to Bigby's hand.
Yes.
And I'm gonna use it, I guess, as an so weak interposing hand.
Bigby's interposing hand. Alrighty.
What does that mean?
Sounds fancy.
It will block him.
Oh.
Talk to
It's
Bigby.
It's a
like,
talk to
yeah,
the hand
I
move.
understand.
And the
alright.
idea is you can use your bonus action to set it each turn to what you want it to do. So right now you're having it as an interposing hand. So yeah. So it prevents it from moving.
Wait,
towards
it
your-
just moving? It can still attack.
No, the interposing hand interposes between you and the creature you choose until you give it a different command. It stays between the two of you, providing you have cover against the target, so it helps from ranged attacks.
Oh, but it won't block an attack. So in that case, I'll just attack with it.
Okay, so you're just gonna go and clenched fist.
I'm going to try to finger it right in the hole that I came out of before.
Of course you are. Go ahead and make a melee spell attack.
He's the big
With
bee in the
advantage.
dike.
So that would be over here.
Touching it is too easy.
It's too easy.
What I roll? D20?
D20, add your spell attack modifier.
Oh, 27.
27.
Oh, wait, with advantage?
Yeah.
27.
27, it hits. Go ahead and roll 4d8 force damage.
Okay.
As Big
Get
B angrily jams the magical finger back into the wound.
Rage fingering?
This dragon has been.
So many ways. I almost
It's
feel
just
bad
10.
for him.
4d8 plus what? It's just 4d8.
It is 4d8
So
force
violent.
damage.
That's it. 10.
10 points of force damage.
Yep.
Not like this.
All right, Scanlan, you're gonna move and you stay where you are.
If I move, he'll kill me, so
Yep.
I won't.
Okay.
Instead, I will. Where's Vax?
Attention door.
Vax is over here.
Way over there?
Playing medic with my sister.
Hey,
Jesus.
I've done it enough with you.
I will inspire. Who can I inspire? I guess I'll inspire good old Shale again. You don't need inspiration. You're fine. This is an old lady. I turn to Shale and say, I don't normally do this, but I find you so attractive for an old lady.
Alright, take your D10 inspiration.
Focus on the dragon.
I can't with your eye, so beautiful, so twinkling the way it looks at me. I want you to hold me in your arm tonight.
Wow.
Hold me in your arm tonight.
Have you ever had sex?
It was just hanging there.
No!
It was just hanging there.
Yes, I've had sex, Shale. I have a daughter.
Question mark?
He says this as a giant Bigby hand is just like inside of a giant black dragon. That brings us to the top of the initiative round. Percy, it's your turn. Oh my god.
Okay, how close am I to this dragon?
You are about 10 feet from it right now.
I'm walking right
farce.
the fuck up to it.
Okay, Percy, you walk right up to the dragon.
I'm pulling out the sword. And I'm going to fucking town, screaming like a little girl the entire time.
Kill it! Advantage!
With advantage.
All day advantage, all day.
All day advantage.
Percy!
Come on, come on, come on.
Kill that fucking dragon.
14, 24, 26.
26 hits.
All right, first damage is
that's good.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 23 points of damage.
23 points of damage, all right.
For shot number 1. Shot number 2.
Come on. Big money, no way, Maze. That's good. That's good.
That's natural 20.
Yes! Sorry, excitement.
No. 10, 16 times 2 is
32.
32. Is 32. 39. That's 39 points of damage. Shot number 3. Oh, it gets worse.
So excited.
I'm going to die. Okay, I can do better than that. No, we can't. 22.
Just what you need.
Just hits.
Just hits. That's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 18 points of slashing damage.
Alrighty.
Action Surge, motherfucker!
Go for it.
Ginseng on this dragon.
I know, seriously.
It's 13, so that's at least a hit. Is it an awesome hit? It is not an awesome hit, it's just a hit. I'm really excited. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 18 points of damage.
Alrighty.
Shot number 2.
Oh my god.
Come on, come on.
That's
come
a
on.
hit. Come on.
20?
Natural 20. Just to make up for all these fucking ones.
Why doesn't Percy just always attack melee?
Oh, wow. Okay, that's
He's bad at it most of the time.
47 points of damage.
Alrighty.
Final attack.
Wait, what?
What?
How is this possible?
Because he's a fighter, he gets 3
I
attacks
get 3
around.
attacks plus an action
he did
surge
an
for a
action surge,
second
so he's
attack
doing-
of set of 3. So I'm basically just going
Just 6
thunk,
attacks.
thunk, 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 thunk. Yeah,
It's
just
like a John Woo film.
It's just a fucking John Woo attack.
Gift that shit.
Oh no.
Right away.
No. Oh my god, it hit. Just barely. Because it was a 1 otherwise. And that's our final hit is, oh, that's good. 10, 14, 18, 19, 20. 27 points of damage.
Alrighty, got it.
And I'm done.
All right, as you unload on Umbrasyl, the pent-up anger and frustration, you start slashing over and over again. You guys watch as the blade shines in the air in the presence of its naturally designed enemy. You see at the corners of his outfit little tufts of dark smoke beginning to appear. The scar of Orthax still shows when the fury builds within Percy. As each blow strikes, cutting away hunks and bits of dragon flesh and scale, Umbrasyl is heavily wounded and looking desperate. That ends your turn, I believe.
Oh my god, he's still alive!
What?
As a fucking bonus action.
Gave it time to rest.
Yeah.
Fuck it, bonus action. I'm just putting on the mask and just standing my ground. Fuck it.
Amazing what a dragon can do in 2 hours.
I thought he had like an
I'm
hour.
done.
All right, Vex.
Hi.
Oh boy.
Okay.
He's gonna kill me.
I'm gonna,
Actually, at the end of Percy's turn,
Oh,
he's
there's
going to use his
legendary.
third
Yeah,
legendary
he is.
action.
I know.
Uh,
I thought about running. but
Knowing
fuck
the
it.
source of the fairy fire and extremely frustrated by the fact that it has lent to a very difficult round, it turns towards the now water elemental quivering before it, and tail comes down to smash towards your liquid form. Speaking of natural 20s.
Oh no.
It's okay.
Bitch. Come on.
That's going to be...
You're fine.
You're totally fine.
Oh my
Water
god,
elemental
you
for
are
a reason.
totally fucking fine.
32 points of bludgeoning damage.
Halved.
Halved because of your element.
Because I'm an elemental.
Water elemental have resistance to damage.
Elemental. It has damage resistance against acid, bludgeoning, piercing, slashing from non-magical weapons.
All right, so half that. So 32 to 16.
Nice.
16 points of bludgeoning damage. I need you to go ahead and roll a concentration
The
check.
slashing.
The
What'd you say?
slashing.
Roll a concentration check. So roll a d20 and add your constitution modifier.
Yeah.
Worth it. Even if it goes, it was. Oh,
It's
never
not
mind.
bad. Not bad. Hang on. Sorry. Just my straight modifier. It's
Straight
not like
modifier.
a save.
Nope.
Okay, 18.
18. You maintain concentration.
Yeah!
Needed to beat the 16.
Oh, daddy. All right.
Well, half the damage. No, it would have been 10 actually, because it's half the damage you received.
Half the damage
yeah.
I received. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm good.
No, you're
I'm
good. You're good. It would have
I'm
been
golden.
fine roll.
I'm golden.
All right, cool.
All right.
So,
burn
Vex, what are you doing?
I'm going to. Oh, jeez. Is everybody? Who all's within
Oh,
5 feet of it?
by the way,
is
Matt.
everybody within 5 feet of it?
A lot of us are
A
within
lot
the
of them are.
Everything
Matt,
is.
Shale.
Pretty much the whole party, aside
Well,
from Pike,
then I'm-
you and your brother.
Then I'm just gonna attack it twice.
Okay, go for it.
With advantage.
So you stand up.
Advantage.
Oi, Matt. My big bees is concentration, so that cloud's gone, by the way.
Correct, thank you.
Yeah, that was good. That was
19 plus 12 hits.
Did you shoot it in the
Team plus
back?
Yes, it does. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh, can I Hunter's Mark him?
As a bonus action?
Yeah.
All right. Good memory on that one.
19 on the first hit.
19 damage?
Mhm.
Alrighty.
And then the second one hits as well.
All right.
17 plus 12.
Yep, go ahead and roll damage for the second hit.
23.
23. Alrighty. Gotcha. Alright. So, ending your turn, comes to the top of the round. Umbrasyl now gripping into the stone. I will not fall. Suddenly, darkness begins to sweep in to the area.
Darkness.
In this area, a 15-foot radius of stone, all completely around Umbrasyl. All of you in this area, your vision goes dark.
Cancels out fairy fire and the golden butt.
Yeah,
Cancels out fairy fire. This is magical darkness.
Son of a.
It's not a spell,
Bitch.
right?
For those of us
Oh.
on the outside, do
fucking
we see a
bitch.
bubble of darkness where he and the
A spell, Matt?
No, this is an effect of the layer. Actually, fairy fire. Fairy fire would still affect it if you attacked it per se, but it doesn't reveal its location currently within the darkness. However, it is technically larger than the darkness. Regardless, all of you guys that are in there, it would negate the advantage you would have from fairy fire, which would be essential.
So it wouldn't give us disadvantage. It would just kind of give us
Currently
straight
not.
rolls.
A little bit of it's piercing through because it's magic on magic. However, the
Magical
rest of you
darkness.
just see most of the party disappear into a giant sphere of magical darkness that fills the space.
So we on the outside, we can't use fairy. It's just a bubble of dark. Or do we see Umbrasyl
he
kind
said
of
he's
peeking
bigger
out?
than the dark, so we
see
see
him
his
kind of
head coming
peeking
out.
See the wings poking out the sides of it. You
Okay.
can still see where he would be.
Okay.
Okay. So, with that, Umbrasyl is going to go ahead and he's going to take a risk. He's going to lift his wings and head upward.
Everybody hit it.
To move.
No,
into
it's not.
Advantageous position.
Come on. Come on, Scanlan.
I'm gonna say,
What are you doing?
you leave when Burt Reynolds says you can fucking leave. And I will Bigby's hand and I will bring him back down because I get a spell on his retreat.
I love watching him look at the phone.
Just like consult the helix.
Helix does not lie.
Unfortunately, you have to be grasping it or grappling it to attempt to.
No, I get a full spell action. It's my lore feature.
Oh.
I get to cast a brand new fucking spell when he lifts off.
As which one? What's the
College of Lore. If he retreats, I get to cast a spell. This is the exact same thing that happened last time.
I don't remember how this works. College of Lore. I don't know if it is. I don't know if that is because what you do is you grab.
Or no, it's a Warcaster feaster.
Oh, Warcaster.
Warcaster
Thank you.
feature. Thank
that
you.
clarifies. I was like, I
Warcaster
don't see
feature.
this in the
It's not
College of Lore.
It's Warcaster.
You're
It's
confusing
Warcaster.
me. All right. So, as a Warcaster, yeah, when hostile creature provokes activity, you can use your reaction to cast a spell to creature rather than make an opportunity attack. So, yeah, if you wanted to go ahead and attempt to grapple,
I will
as big as
grapple
you can,
him and pull him back down.
and totally attempt that. All right. So, Bigby, go ahead and make a strength athletics check.
Okay. Oh boy.
Beat a dragon strength. They're both pretty much. Bigby is just slightly under the strength of the dragon. So let's see. It's a roll off.
It's a roll off. Oh my god.
Come
This
on.
is a
It's a
critical
breakdance
roll.
battle.
Oh, God.
20.
That's a 2.
It's a 19 on my end. Natural 19. As Bigby's hand reaches forward, the angry, wounded, frustrated, furious Umbrasyl just kicks the hand away, pulling up. Whoosh, whoosh.
Do we get an attack of opportunity?
Attack of opportunity from you, and you.
Down,
Go for it.
bitch, down!
And the
Without
spiritual weapon,
advantage.
right?
Huh?
And the spiritual weapon?
No, it does not get attacks of opportunity.
Without advantage, even though he's
Without advantage
retreating?
because of the magical darkness that has surrounded you guys.
Even though he's retreating in Fairy Fire? Doesn't it like double it?
The darkness would give you disadvantage. The Fairy Fire
Okay.
negates that. I'm letting you do this. So.
Okay. I'm letting you do this. Be thankful of what you have.
Nope.
22 exactly.
That hits.
20.
My staff bounces right off.
Okay. Grog?
23.
All right, so Grog and Keyleth both get a hit in. Go ahead and roll damage.
Shit balls. Low shit.
There.
8 damage from the elemental.
Alrighty.
20.
20. Alrighty. So as you
25 plus the necrotic.
good to know.
And we decided I don't get my fire hands when I'm a water elemental because that would
'Cause
be
that's bullshit.
redundant. Yeah, alright. Yep.
Just be
That's
steam.
bullshit. All right, so as you swing out, you arc and the axe strikes across the back of Umbrasyl's hide. You slam with your water elemental form. The flight is staggered and barely lands on his feet. Umbrasyl, I will take you all down. Unleashes.
Good boy.
Here it comes.
There it is.
I need a dexterity saving throw from Shale, Percy, Keyleth, and Scanlan.
Oh, it's that whole table.
That's pretty good, right?
That's kind of crazy.
I don't know.
Okay.
7.
24.
12.
18.
All right. Shale actually succeeded on that one.
Hey, Shale.
The only one?
23.
Magic stick.
DC 23.
So you take half damage on that one.
Oh boy.
That's going to be doing the dice rolls here. All right. So that's 62 points of acid damage, down to 31 to Shale,
31.
and
I'm
31
resist.
to you because you're resistant. 62 points of acid damage to
Oh,
both.
to both of us.
Got my armor. Does that do anything?
Armor takes it by half, so you take 31.
62?
2.
Okay.
Right, you can't.
And
I said, lizard, we're gonna give all your treasure to the poor.
and with that, it takes the rest of its action to move further back at its full 80-foot flight, and it's going to end up right about there.
Better back up.
Oh, it's too big to fit in its own
I
house.
know. There we go. Leaving the spiritual weapon there. All right, that's going to end its turn. That now brings it to Vax.
The twins still have advantage because it's got the fairy fire on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said everyone in it.
You need to make a concentration check, by the way, from the damage you just took. Right.
Did he get out of the darkness?
He did.
Ooh, ouch. Not good at all. Not good at all. What am I making? Just a Constitution check?
Just add your Constitution modifier.
I'm technically better right now. I don't think it's gonna be enough. 8.
8. The fairy fire fades as the acid consumes you, no longer affected by it.
Shit.
All right.
I do.
Vax, it's your turn.
And
So to
nobody's-
answer your question, no.
Yeah, nobody's near it anymore, right?
Nope.
I can help. I can keep concentration spells.
Okay. I would like to scrabble up behind it, as close to its treasure pile as I can get.
That would be about there.
Yeah, and I'm gonna throw. I'm going to cancel that. I'd like to run up its tail.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You go rushing, clambering onto the back of its tail. It swoops around and sees you doing so, but you're already quicken on it. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna hold my action until somebody gets up on this motherfucker, and as soon as somebody gets close and catches his attention, I'm gonna stab into it.
Okay, good to know. All right, that takes the end of Vax's turn. Shale, you're up.
I stride up to the dragon and smack it on the nose.
Girl, Shale! So, speed of 20 feet, you said? You can't quite get to it, unfortunately. That's about as far as you can move this turn.
Okay.
You can dash if you want to, but even so, you still can't quite get to it. Because you're...
All right then. I will just, yeah. I will use all my action to get as close to it as I can.
Okay. There we go. All right. Ending Shale's turn. Pike, you're up.
Okay. I didn't realize it was up so quickly. All right.
Although,
So,
actually, I have action surge.
You do, actually.
So I will then whack it on
Percy?
the nose.
That's true.
Fuck yes.
All right. So that's going to be, sorry.
I have 13 hit points.
Oh. 13?
You're fine.
I have 13.
I thought that said 93.
I count up.
22.
You count
22?
up?
That just barely
What
hits.
kind of
Go ahead and roll
idiot
damage.
counts up?
I don't know, he counts up. It's so backwards.
All right.
I like it.
It's like
So
inverted
I whack it for
controls.
9.
9 points of damage. Got it.
I am the inverted control.
You're the
Stab
inverted
if it's
control
alive.
asshole.
If
aren't you?
she's- Yeah. I'm above it. Do I get advantage for that? No. Yes, I have no.
Technically, because you are behind, you are flanking it.
No,
Since
I
we use the
like
flanking rules for this, you do have an advantage on the attack.
Okay. Okay. So good. 29.
29 hits. Go ahead and roll damage with sneak attack.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 19, 24.
24. Alrighty.
And his bonus action is gone because of holding the action?
Correct. Yeah, you just
Okay.
get the one
Got it.
action to hold. All right. So. you have
20,
that-
add 1 point to that. It was the
Okay.
key and dagger.
Gotcha. All right. So, so as part of your action surge, you still get 2 more attacks.
I didn't add the damage. Add 8 to that. Not 1, add 8 to that. Sorry.
Add 7 more.
Keep going.
And
And
add
double
a
it.
3.
And double it.
Nope. And nope.
Nope.
Okay.
You have
first one.
inspiration. You have inspiration.
I used it already.
Yeah, God damn it!
You smack it across
Thank
the
you.
nose.
It was very helpful.
You're useless!
Smack it across the nose.
Fickle lover.
The one hit it kind of snorts in reaction to it as it pulls back. You swing twice more. Pretty sure the head was the same place it was going to be, but unfortunately meet air.
Yes.
Curse your sight.
He had a bit of an itch on his back. That was.
Yeah, caught the attention.
Tickle.
Yeah.
All right, that brings us to Pike. What are you doing?
okay, I'm going to cast Prayer of Healing over to everybody over there.
Prayer of healing.
So, Keyleth, Percy, Scanlan.
Oh,
Shale.
Awesome.
There too.
I'm into this.
I'm sort of right under the dragon. I'm actually quite far.
Yeah, she's gone, right? Who's that down there? That's you, Percy.
Trinket.
right?
It's Trinket
Trinket
Percy.
there too.
What level's prayer of healing?
Big B.
I'm gonna do it at 5th level. It's a 2nd level, but I'm gonna do it.
Correct. Okay, you up 6 feet, within 30 feet of you. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
You can heal my hand.
And Grog.
You could also run closer
Okay.
and do it.
Yeah, I'll run closer, but I'll run around, not into the pool of acid death.
That's as close as you can get right
Is
now.
that close?
It's close enough for Scanlan.
30. It's enough for Scanlan and Keyleth.
Don't do it.
Percy's the one that needs it.
Percy needs it.
Percy needs it?
Yeah,
Yeah, I still am in my elemental
Percy's not in
form.
range.
Is there?
With something else, I mean.
Is there? Can I go the other way around?
No.
You can go through the acid.
No.
No.
There's only 12 points of damage.
I don't have a lot left. All right, then.
It's okay. It's okay.
Do what you can.
Okay, so I'll. Fuck. Can I stay where I was at then?
You won't be able to reach
You can.
Okay.
Stay right there.
Sorry, I'm gonna not do that, and I'm gonna guiding bolt then.
Okay. It's. You can just barely make out the position of where Umbrasyl is. You can go and make the attack, but it's gonna get a cover bonus to the range.
Can I peek out? Can I move out?
You can move here if you want to, and it'll help a little bit.
Okay.
It'll only give it a minor bonus. So, go ahead and make your attack.
What's that?
Yeah, go ahead and make your spell attack. Is this basic level guiding bolt?
Basic level guiding bolt.
Okay.
Nope.
Nope.
Doesn't make.
You try and reach around, and as it's moving its wings about, you manage to actually strike the stone, just blocking half of its form. It splashes with energy and dissipates. No effect, unfortunately.
All right. Can I tuck back in?
Yeah. There you go.
And I'm gonna move
Get there.
the spiritual weapon with my bonus attack, or can I not do that?
You can move that, yeah.
Okay, I'll move the spiritual
feet?
weapon.
You're there.
Okay, that's it. That's what we're gonna do.
Is that as far as you can move it? Spiritual weapon can move, I believe it's 20 feet. Yeah. Yes, that's as far as you can get it. All right, Pike finished
No,
turn.
60 feet.
The range of the spell is 60 feet, but bonus action, you can move it 20 feet and repeat the attack.
Oh.
Keyleth, you're up.
I'm up?
Yep.
No shit. Wow. Okay. It's really far away though now, yeah?
Yeah.
Way more than 30 feet, right?
Yeah.
What is he? Like almost exactly how far away is he from me?
Not sure.
It's about 40 or 50 feet or something.
Like, yeah. You're holding your action for someone to get up close.
He already
right?
did it.
So you already did it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to yeah, I guess I'm gonna dash and see if I can get to him.
Okay, what's your movement? Is it a water elemental?
30 feet.
30 feet? There it is. Oh. 60, you're so close. Oh, fucking dragon wings. There we go. You're so close. We'll say you're there. That's fine. That ends your turn, Keyleth?
I guess so.
All right. Grog, you're up.
I would like to stride over to Bigby's hand.
And can I take out a level? It's not level 2. It's what do you call it? Not superior, but the middle one.
Moderate? What is
Can
it?
I take a moderate
Greater?
healing potion?
You
and
can. No, there's healing and then greater healing. So imagine it would be probably greater healing.
Yeah, greater. Can I take the greater healing potion and chunk it to Percy?
Yeah.
So just a toss while standing at Bigby's hand.
Sure. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw to catch the tossed potion at that distance.
Natural 20.
Look, you just.
What a funny.
Jesus, man.
And I will hold my.
A lot of ones today.
You can keep moving if you want.
I want to stay right by Bigby's hand.
Okay.
I'll hold my attack until Bigby's hand twitches.
Alrighty. Finishing Grog's turn, Scalen, you're up.
I will inspire Grog with a little ditty that I like to call. Who let the Grog down? Who let the Grog down? And then I will.
I'm conflicted in giving that inspiration. Take it, it's fine.
Well, I can try a different one if you'd like.
No. Perfect.
And I will pick him up with his blessing.
Please.
And throw him at the dragon.
Bro.
Well, or, send him.
Okay, so Bigby's hand will move with you 60 feet.
You want to go up to his head?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. He's going up top.
Okay. We'll go ahead and use some of the
Fastball special.
platforms today.
Not by his mouth.
Yeah. Cut his horns off.
Don't land on me.
Kill him. Kill him. Cut his wings off. Tear his head off. Jump off those head fins.
Done a lot of damage to this thing. We have done a lot of damage to this thing.
Yeah. Gross.
Problem with leaving it to heal, man.
He's only got 400 hit points left.
So there you go.
He's looking rough.
Picking you up there, Grub.
Great.
Should be more like there, we'll say. Okay, so.
Can
Release.
Yeah.
Release the hound.
Can I
Release the
make
Kraken.
Get 2 attacks.
2 reckless attacks?
You may.
Reckless.
Yes, reckless. First
Hello.
one, reckless.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Then I'll use the inspiration there. That's a 10. That's much better. So that's a 29.
9 hits.
Yeah. That helped.
Sure did.
23.
Plus necrotic.
No. Oh.
26.
6, got it. All right, second attack.
$24.
Both hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
24.
Plus necrotic.
Thank you. 29.
All right. As Bisbee hand lifts you up, you reach out and swing with the axe. 1 hit, a second hit, both streaking across the face. The second one actually cutting through one of the eyes. Yes. The eye bursts against the blade of Blood Axe, and you can see now the fluids, material that once were contained within are now spilling down the side of Umbrasyl's face.
Oh, ain't you pretty?
All right, Scanlan.
Oh, what? Me?
That was your bonus action.
Oh. Well, okay. I didn't note that. I will try something else then. I will send shit. I will send my lightning bolt. What? Can I see any part of him that's not inhabited by one of my allies?
I'd say there's an arc you could probably hit. Yeah.
Right in the heart.
Sure.
All right.
The heart region of the dragon.
I'm gonna shoot him right through the heart.
If you will.
With lightning.
All right. That is a dexterity 21 save, so I'm pretty sure it's half.
Yeah, that saves.
Go ahead and roll 8d6, half damage.
Oh, shock through the heart. I don't
You
know what
give
that's.
love a
I
bad
don't know what that is. I don't know that song. 4, 5, 11, 13, 19, 20, 21, 22. Good job, Druid. 24. So just 12.
So 12 points of lightning damage. Alrighty.
Cameron just shot it.
The bolt of lightning bursts through the body.
Blew out one of its eyes.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
That comes to the top of the round. At the end of Scanlan's turn, it's going to use legendary action to strike down with the tail onto Vax behind, as you are already in that vicinity.
A dex save?
No, this is instead going to be a 26 to hit.
Yeah, that. Sure. Oh, displace a cloak. Did you do that at disadvantage?
That is instead a 24 to hit.
That does hit. I'll use Uncanny Dodge, though.
All right. So what would be 18 damage, you take 9 instead from the tail. Percy.
Percy.
I'm going to take 3 shots from where I'm
strikes.
at. First, I'm going to take a. I'm going to use my bonus action to chug down that potion I just got.
Go for it.
What is that? It's a. What's the superior worth?
Greater.
Greater?
It's a greater, yes. 4d4 plus 4.
4d4 plus 4? Where are my d4s?
Here's one.
Oh, right here. I'll just do this 4 times.
It's bad juju. It's bad juju. It's
not bad juju.
Have it on the 20.
13 points up, so that's a little bit better. 13 points. I'm so sorry.
So you're at 80.
Yep, 80s. And there we go. It's a little better. All right, I'm going to take shot number 1, which is I'm going to do a called shot to the face. I'm going to hit his other eye.
Okay.
Come on. Natural 20.
Shit. I feel like we need to retire the dice.
Fuck no. No, I love this die.
Right? Okay,
Yeah.
you witnessed
You're
it.
witnessing
You
this
witnessed
shit.
it.
Yeah.
You're a
Of course
third
you love
party.
it.
It's good.
So
it's good.
that's
Have you and Wheat never touched? Like,
yeah, and I had a really bad day afterward. Let me tell you, that didn't turn out too well. So that's I just doubled. That's 10. That's just 16 points of damage.
Alrighty.
Plus, he has to make, and I don't think I get anything bonus for this. He has to make a Constitution saving throw,
An eyeball saving throw.
Right, to...
or suffer, or he's going to have disadvantage on all of his attacks for the next turn.
Okay, that is 9 plus 14.
Yeah, no, he
23.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was fine there.
Dragons.
I know, it was worth a shot. I'm gonna take another shot. Fuck it, I'm just gonna go for a sharpshooter to just try and do a little bit more damage to this. And I'm gonna burn another grit and get advantage on it.
Okay.
So an advantage sharpshooter. And that's a good thing, because that was terrible. And that was also terrible. So I miss.
All right, second shot. The first one slams and blasts near the ocular socket of Umbrasyl, shattering the bone but not actually damaging the eye. The second shot manages to go through the wing, but unfortunately the area is already damaged and it's minimal in the effect on the dragon. The third strike.
And yeah, third strike. Here we go. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go for advantage. I'm gonna go for sharpshooter advantage one more time, just for shits and giggles. Oh, Jesus. All right.
But now.
Hmm. Do I call it or do I just?
No, it fell to the table.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I missed.
Two other shots, unfortunately.
Bummer.
I'm going to hide. I'm now going to pull top right and go up. I'm going up, and I'm getting the fuck back there as far back as I can get.
Okay. End of Percy's turn. Going to use another legendary action to go ahead and slam with the tail once again towards you, Vax.
Yeah.
That's going to be 20.
This is in the same round, so there's no more disadvantage.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. 25.
Sure.
That.
And do I blow uncanny dodge now?
Yeah.
Gone.
You only get one reaction, so yeah. That's going to be 6, 14 plus 8. Take 22 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Whack! The tail comes down and slams into you, putting you face first into the stone. You can feel the blood run from your nose from the impact as the tail picks back up again. Vex, you're up.
I'm gonna attack him a couple times. How about that?
Well,
Pew
okay.
pew.
No advantage anymore, though, huh?
No, it failed.
18 on the first one doesn't hit.
Arrow just splinters across the dragon's hide.
Whoa. That first one was way better. I should have kept it.
What was the second one?
The second one was 16.
16. The second arrow strikes the side of Umbrasyl's face. Unfortunately, once again, the wood shaft just streaks across, broken and destroyed by the impact. That ends your turn.
Oh, no, I still have a bonus action, so I'm gonna hide with my bonus action.
Okay, you can do that. Go ahead and roll stealth. Did you add sneak attack? Oh no, because you did nothing hit. Sorry. Fuck.
Really?
Sorry, I was trying to be
Did
mindful.
you really just do that?
Trying to help. Failing miserably, but trying.
Do I still have Pass Without a Trace?
No. Hunter's Mark got rid of that.
20.
20. Okay, good enough.
Yo, Percy's
Okay.
nerves is just through the thing.
Top of the round. I'm going to go ahead and say that magical darkness fills this entire sphere once more,
Such a dick.
encapsulating Grog, Vax, and everybody else in the area of the dragon. Vision is taken. You are all considered blind and have disadvantage on any attack rolls.
Who?
Dragon.
Everyone.
Dragon does not seem to be
And is it we're blinded or we're blind where we are?
blind where you are.
Dragon does not seem to be
affected
by it. The dragon.
I'm not affected by that, though, because I'm outside of that little bubble?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Actually, let me see something.
You don't grin.
Uh-oh. Another 5. Yep. All right.
Breath recharged.
Umbrasyl is going to turn up towards you, Grog.
Oh, Jesus.
Yep. Here it comes.
The head kind of peeks out of the darkness for a second, right before it fills your space, and it just says,
I will finish this.
You hear a familiar sound of gurgling, and then out another time. This is going to go for everything in that vicinity. That's going to be Keyleth, Shale, Grog, Trinket, and Percy.
Did I not get cover? I was pushing as
like
okay. It
couldn't move
like
that far,
no.
unfortunately.
All right.
That's as far as you can go with your movement.
Okay.
Okay. So I need dexterity saving throw from all of you guys.
Upgraded these.
Fuck.
Womp womp.
Let's go with the big one.
Blowing my last reroll. It's better.
It's like a 23 save, right?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
oh,
no.
fuck no. I mean, like, I rolled good, but...
But it doesn't matter.
No,
18.
10.
6.
It's 14, 20.
Oh.
I guess I should do a cutting words just to help a little bit.
What's the range on cutting words, unfortunately?
Oh, probably 60,
It's 60
30.
feet, yeah.
60. Is he
Umbrasyl
further than
can't
that?
hear you.
Damn it.
Unfortunately, distance of the bard.
Damn it.
Just to make sure.
No, you're probably right. It's
60 feet, yep. So, that's 66 points of acid damage to
Ooh, daddy.
Grog.
Oh god.
To Shale.
Oh god.
Halved to
33.
you.
Oh god.
3 and 66 to Percy.
Trinket's unconscious.
Trinket is unconscious and dissolving.
I'm unconscious.
Percy is unconscious and dissolving. Grog?
I'm good.
You're good. Hit points.
I have a
galore.
question. Because he attacked me, do I get my retaliation attack on him?
Yes, you do.
Kill him. Kill him.
Kill him.
Kill him, motherfucker. Kill him.
Put him.
Shale, what are you at?
This will depend on this roll. I've got Stone's Endurance, so I'm going to try to use my reaction to reduce the damage, and I reduce it by enough to keep me up.
Fantastic.
Nice.
She's got grit.
Get it,
She's
Shale.
got perseverance.
So sexy.
All right, Grog, go for
2
it.
hit points.
Oh, shit.
Not with advantage.
Oh, it's reckless?
It's not. Well,
Oh,
the
that's
reckless
right.
is for your actual attack round.
Well, the first one was 18, so 18.
Pretty sure it is. Let me double check.
Yeah.
Just so the internet doesn't yell at me. It's gonna yell at me anyway. It always yells at me.
I believe in you.
It's a 27. So.
This fucker's got to be close to death, right?
Nope. I mean, like...
During this turn, not rounds. Yeah.
It's okay.
So yeah.
27 was the first one.
27 was the hit?
Yeah.
That hits. Roll damage.
18.
Plus necrotic.
Thank you. That's a 22.
22. How do you want to do this?
What did the fucking necrotic do it?
Oh god.
So, held aloft by Big B's hand, acid sprayed in your face, 2 of your friends on the ground unconscious and dissolving. In the center of the Dragon Slayer, Grog, Strongjaw. How do you want to do this?
I rear back with the blood axe and I swing for the hinge right where his upper and lower jaw meet, and I'd like to cleave up under his skull and do his brain.
As you lunge forward, the darkness fills you, but the instinct, the feral instinct that you've grown up with is enough to know the source of that pain, the source of that acid is also the source of victory. And as you swing wide, the jaw still extended from the blast of acid, you push through it as it's spraying into you, and the sheer force of your blade hits the edge of the jaw, and you push, and you push, and you hear from the back of the throat, as the acid's projected, the gurgle of horrible, shrieking pain. The stream stops as the blade goes towards the base of the skull, pushing forward and upward. You divide the actual mouth of Umbrasyl like that. The darkness flicks out as you guys watch Grog descending, putting your foot now onto the front of the dragon's neck. You stand up, getting hold onto where the wound is there, still living, the one working eye fiddling about wildly. You reach up and grab the edge of the nose, bring the axe up with the other hand, and slam again and again and again. And as you do, the eye rolls back, the whole body begins to fall limp as it crumples backward. Vax, I need you to go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm very unconscious.
You okay?
It's gonna
I got
find
you.
25.
Got you.
25.
25? Okay, you dodge out of the way as the dragon plummets to the ground. What was Trinket's maximum hit points?
It was 60.
Check something here.
But he was at 53 when he got hit.
The remaining damage, yeah, you're fine.
106.
Night save.
So,
Night save.
Umbrasil's body hits the ground. The
Welcome back
two
from
arms
vacation.
reach up, and the body still continues to pull itself backwards. You pull out of the way. The head kind of lolls around the jaw, now grossly, cartoonishly open, just giving out these horrible choking sounds as the blood and bile and acid all kind of mingle. It tries to talk. The bubbles just continue coming forward. Before it stumbles, the arms sprawled out. Its head falls limp to the side as the eye twitches and then falls still.
I run over to Percy. I run over to Trinket.
I drop my water elemental form.
I touch Percy and I cast heal on him.
Nice.
Alrighty.
I
Percy.
cast cure wounds on
As you stand there, Shale, watching the dragon fall as Grog Strongjaw, the once runt of the herd of storms, slams the blade over and over again into the dragon's head. A little part of you is a little jealous, and another part proud. And a little sad that this was not the time for you to lose your life in battle against a mighty dragon.
Shale.
Can you believe it?
Shale jumps into acid.
Yeah. Just walks in.
Just walks in.
Yeah. Dissolves.
I can make that joke in 2 weeks.
Okay.
As you go and bring Trinket around for a second, using the last bit of your the magic that's been afforded to you as a ranger, Trinket comes to. A lot of the fur has been kind of singed off and spotted, flesh with acid burn, but is conscious and alive. And weak, Trinket leans forward as you're cradling his head and kind of just licks the side of your face and tucks its nose into the side of your shoulder.
You were so brave in here.
You go ahead and help Percy get off the ground. You come to consciousness again, and you see Pike's hand touching yours as she lifts you. Suddenly, a surge of invigoration hits your body, and you find yourself feeling a lot better than you did a few moments ago.
Yeah, what am I at?
That's
70 hit
70 hit points.
70. So I'm
That's major.
Heal, man. Clerics don't fuck around.
I saved it just in case.
Holy shit, Grog! Holy shit, Grog!
Job. I run over to Grog and I jump up on it.
Yeah.
Jump on it.
Yeah, Grog.
Jump on it. Sit on his foot.
Monster.
Yeah, monster.
Oh, that hurt. Oh,
Wow.
I will remove my dragon tooth necklace and pass it off to Grog.
Oh.
And I will say,
No, shame.
No, you must take this. You've got many more battles left in you. This is going to serve you better than it ever served me. And just so you know, I don't know what the herd would do, but if you ever go into battle again against other dragons, you know who to call. I'll be
Shit.
ready.
Yeah. The wielder of the magic stick of nose wappiness. I will wear this with honor.
All right. So whenever you spend hit dice to regain hit points, you double the number of hit points restored.
With the necklace?
Yes.
Wait, you
You double the number of hit points you restore.
I thought it was bullshit, but it's not.
It's reals.
Dope.
You're a tank. Shale,
Finally have some hit points.
You know, if you seek another dragon to kill, you might meet us in Whitestone. We're forming an army there.
I just might.
Keyleth drops elemental form and goes over to Vax and grabs him by the face and says,
You'd lean over for that.
He's a little boy.
It's like kissing a
Tiny,
child.
on your knee.
tiny little boy.
It's so.
Lift him by the head.
He's like a little voodoo doll of him.
Yeah. I'm not pygmy or anything.
He's
I'm
chucking.
Ken doll.
Just picture you're
Keep
talking
it
to
going,
Chucky.
keep it going, Keyleth. Just mug down with him.
Maybe they should wait till later.
I tap him on the face. I say,
Has business with the lollipop.
so glad you're not dead. And then I walk away.
I'm gonna shake that off, and then I'm gonna do a once around the entire chamber and look around for any traps I can find, especially around that pile up top. But also, I don't know that they'll be here, but I'd see if there's anything like what we saw in Krieg's cave with crystals in the wall.
Oh, the stones.
Little peaky stones.
Make an investigation check.
Can I look for those too, since dragons?
Oh, you may.
22.
Oh, he probably doesn't need my help. Oh, I get advantage on all dragon things.
You do.
All dragon.
All
things.
dragon related.
Doesn't matter. I rolled shit twice.
Your bear's alive. It's cool.
Tail at 12.
12? Okay. You guys spend the better part of the next 15 or so minutes kind of glancing around and trying to find any sign of these strange kind of obsidian spheres that were previously in the lair of Krieg or Brimscythe. After coasting through the crates and the barrels and the gold piles and the various artifacts and trinkets and things that are just kind of strewn about this back corner, no sign of anything like that.
What about weaponry in that pile of shit?
What about all the stuff in that pile of shit?
Yeah.
You want to rage loot?
There's a lot of things in there.
I was first on the pile. Are there any weapons in there?
There are weapons. There are 2 glaives, large polearm glaives. There appear to be a number of pieces of ornamental armor, very, very beautiful, like made of gold and platinum that were either used for ceremonial reasons or just adorning some sort of popular hall.
Keyleth walks over and pulls out her hunk of qual.
Yeah. Call it up.
Qual, I'm gonna qual it up all over the top of the gold, see if anything lights up with my Wi-Fi detector. That's what I feel like it is.
Strangely enough, no. Nothing seems to glow in the vicinity of the hunk of qual.
And no other blades?
We have 2 glaives. Pull this up here. Going through the whole hoard, as it is 11:20, we may pick up the actual looting element at the beginning of the session.
Okay.
We'll be here for a while.
Okay.
Ooh. I like the sound of that.
So yes,
Very adequate.
We have to go back and get Fassbender.
Dibs on weapons.
Yeah. We're totally gonna go back. We're gonna return a lot of this gold to Whiterun, Westrun, all the towns.
Well, all the gold that we can definitely prove came from Westrun we'll bring back.
I agree.
With Westrun
All
marked.
the
on
other
it.
gold that's just sitting around. I mean, we should
Could have
probably
come
just
from
take to
anywhere.
help the battles.
Fair game.
Plus, it'll be nice to give Shale some gold to take back to the herd.
Who?
Shale.
The herd. Thought the herd's okay.
Some of it's still
There
alive.
is a great remnant. The herd will live again, and with Shale's wisdom.
Yes.
There were still a
Definitely.
few members of the herd still alive, like a good half dozen.
Yes, and
They
was
fought bravely.
baby mama still preggo.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
It's also very lean times in Westrun. Most of this gold should go back to Westrun.
All right.
Most of it.
Did we contribute any of our own gold into this pile?
That's back in
And the trap.
Westrun.
I can return with the remnants of the herd and gather up whatever you don't take.
And bring it back to Westrun.
We'll divvy it up later.
Let's divvy it up.
If we take most of the gold that came from Westrun, we're a big pack of assholes.
I said we
Well-
weren't going to. We're going to take it back to Westrun.
You're a tiny pack of assholes right now.
Is he still tiny? He's still tiny.
3 hours.
Yeah, probably another 2 hours.
Whoa, it's only been an hour? No.
You have probably another like 20, 30 minutes or so before it fades.
We need Fassbender. Let's collect
Yeah,
this
yeah.
and collect other.
Yeah.
Keyleth,
loot.
you're gonna butcher this dragon, right?
Yes, 100%. I start going to town on.
Because this is going to be worth a lot of fucking money.
Yeah. Does anyone, Percy, do you have any extra vials, empty vials for blood?
We should get some of the blood and put it in the bag of colding.
Hey, Percy.
Yes.
So glad you're alive and not burning in acid. Do you have any extra vials?
Do I?
Checking in your various pieces of equipment you have on you, as opposed to what you have stored elsewhere. You had a few vials.
I have stuff.
They are a little jangly when you reach for them, and you realize they've been.
You have empty potion bottles.
Been kind of crushed.
Yeah.
in
Oh, we
the-
have some empty potion bottles. Yeah.
Hand mine over from the one I gave.
Yeah,
to
I'm the
Vex.
one I used. So.
Go ahead and make a nature check.
We'll take that 16 for a 27 nature check. Yeah, 27.
All right, so as you guys are gathering the elements of this dragon's hoard, gathering the equipment, the art pieces, the relics, all things that were part of this, and it is, especially since as far as dragon hoards go, especially for an ancient dragon, it isn't huge. Which leads, and with the recent moving in, you get the idea that this dragon's true hoard probably exists elsewhere. This was either a temporary layer or was intended to be the new layer, and the process of transitioning hadn't quite begun. Most of the gold here seems to have been what was given to Umbrasyl by the herd once they had taken over Western.
Maybe he has to give it to Thordak in like a dragon pyramid scheme.
Yeah, totally.
We don't find any any of those glyphs like there were in.
They looked for that already.
We already looked for those.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, there's
not the circles. I meant the glyph, like the transportation glyph that we beamed into.
That you
his-
saw in Kriegslayer?
Yeah.
No. You do know from having one made by Allura within your keep before that they take quite some time to actually ingrain, and dragons only really had over a week or so.
Okay.
So, gathering up the materials, the remnants of that that hoard, you guys descend down the mountain if you wish, or is there anything else you wish to accomplish within the?
Do I want to harvest some scales, some blood, and some teeth.
Right, and based on the roll you made. So, we have 2 empty vials that you managed to acquire.
Plus my 3.
Plus, he had 3 in his bag of holding.
Okay.
Can I just help her out?
Yeah, it's difficult because with the nature of Umbrasyl's death, as well as being a creature that is naturally caustic and acidic in a large portion of its body form, like that. There is a mixing of a lot of the blood that has caused it to become impure. While vialing it, so you get 3 vials of the blood that are still pure and viable. Everything else seems to actually dissolve through the glass upon
I
contact.
can put it in the bag of colding, and then it'll keep it.
I can assist with any of the cutting because
That
I've got the fuck all sword, so I will assist him.
You managed to
Hand the
pull.
3 vials of blood to Vex to put in the bag of colding.
Many dragons' teeth were sundered in the ravaging of Umbrasyl and Grog's furious storm of axe blade strikes. However, you do manage to harvest from the body unscathed 14 ancient black dragon teeth.
Guys, we should make some sweet necklaces. Any scales?
Friendship charms.
Friendship bracelets.
Quite a lot of scales here, yes. It's going to take you a long time to harvest what you can off this body, but a lot of the areas have been damaged from the various wounds and such. How much time do you want to spend
I think we could just
to harvest
camp
scales?
here for the night.
We
Sure.
could just camp here for the night.
I mean, as long as the other dragons don't realize that we've just done this, would I know if they would know?
You have no idea.
I don't know if it's actually safe to just hang out in this dragon's lair.
You know what we can do is we could make the magic mansion in that cave off to the side, in the very back of it.
Wonderful idea.
And that magic trap didn't.
And we
set
haven't
it off.
sprung the magic trap either, so that's just none the wiser.
Okay.
All right. I'll spend as much time then. I'll stay up as long as I can throughout the night. If I hear any disturbances, I'll come back to the mansion.
I'll help.
All right.
Once we get to the mansion, Shale will bid the group farewell and head down to Western to let the rest of the herd know what's happened about the great triumph of the bearded king.
Yeah.
As you come down and
I'm killed by an owlbear.
ravaged and eaten horribly in the Bramblewood, never to be seen again.
Nobody hears the tale of the bearded king.
Forever the herd will just say, Grog, that asshole.
Such a dick.
No, you come down, and as you speak with the remnants of the Herd of Storms, many of which, a number of them did survive the battle, though scarred horribly. Many did lose their life in the battle with Umbrasyl. Zanror, Aura, recovering all right. However, the numbers now thinned down to a simple 12 members of the herd. As you speak with Jorah, he looks to you and says,
Shael, you live. Have you word of the mountain?
Obviously.
Have you word of the mountain, the dragon?
I toss one of its teeth at him. He will trouble us no more.
Grog.
Bygone.
Good. Good. Takes the tooth and gives it to Wara.
Well,
It's the work of those adventurers.
Vox Machina, they call themselves.
They are truly great.
Good. Any greatness in this world. We,
Don't be so glum, you old fool.
He kind of grins to
This is a
himself.
day of glory. A great battle has been won.
It is. But there's been a lot of cost in it, too.
There's always cost. We will all die. It just depends on how. We died fighting a dragon. And we lived fighting a dragon. What more do you want? That's the smile I want to see.
I'm glad you're back, Shael. Your wisdom stays strong.
Well, now the Kevdak's out of the way, maybe people will listen to what I have to say for a change.
We've been talking here. I think the Herd of Storms died in battle with the dragon. There's not many of us left.
But there are other herds.
There are, and while we lost the Rivermore, I think maybe it's time we went and joined them.
I like that idea.
The damper lands, better for raising children. Take a break from all this warring and go back to a simple life. Will you come with us, Shael?
Of course.
Good. We set out tomorrow. At dawn, we plan.
He's learned.
You guys set up for the evening, resting your sore, bruised bodies, smelling the ruin of the Black Dragon as you prepare for an evening's rest well earned. We will close this evening's session. Well fought, guys.
Holy shit, one
down. One down.
Scanlan, is there
We're
like
now
a hot
free to
springs
go?
in this mansion?
Yeah, no
There
shit.
can be whatever you want.
I want to pass
Take
out.
like a week off.
There's a
Wait
white wine.
vacation.
Soak. We need a good soak to get this stink off.
I need shots.
It's amazing. You imagine why he didn't mention it before, but Scanlan does indeed have a hot spring in his magnificent mansion.
It's amazing.
The best.
No,
mansion.
it's magnificent.
It's magnificent.
Guys, a big thank you and round of applause for Chris Perkins.
It's a great honor to be here. Thank you.
All right, well, we'll pick this back up again next week on Thursday to see what the next adventure holds for Vox Machina. Now that one of the 4 conclave remaining have fallen, I can tell you the death of one dragon, I doubt the others, upon hearing of it, will be anywhere near as careless as Umbrasyl was. But there are more vestiges to find, more allies to acquire. Who knows whether dangers lie in the realms of Tal'Dorei and beyond, outside of the Conclave's threat. We shall see in weeks to come. Guys, thank you so much for staying up with us tonight. Rest well. And, is it Thursday yet?
Yeah.
See you guys next week.
Hello, critters, and good evening. I'm Yev with Backblaze.
Backblaze, that sounds like magic.
It is magic! Magic indeed. Ooh, that was very swarmy. Backblaze magically backs up your Mac or PC, regardless of what you have. That does sound magical, right? Think about it. Your character sheets, maps, fan art, and of course all the stuff that's not tabletop related, your files, movies, music, photos, all of it will get backed up safely and securely, automatically, to the cloud. Think about it. That was I didn't like that at all. Think of it as a bag of holding. It holds all of your precious data, music, movies, files, all that stuff, and stores them safely in the cloud. And it's automatic. You don't have to do anything. And should you need to get that data back, you can get it back anywhere you have an internet connection. And if you need all of your data back, you can buy a Restore hard drive from us. We will ship it to you via FedEx overnight. And if you don't want to keep that hard drive, you can send it back to us and we will give you a full refund. That way, if you accidentally delete or lose something, it's safe and secure on Backblaze.com. It is a great service. Just how great is it? Should your computer get crashed? Balls. Think about how amazing it would feel. It will feel as good as when Grog jumped out of the Pokeball and landed on Kevdak's head. Backblaze is a great service and we want all critters to try it. That's why we're giving you a free 2-week trial. Go to backblaze.com/criticalrole. I probably should not do things like that. If you go to this website, we know you'll have come from Geek and Sundry and we can support them in the future, which we want to do. Go to backblaze.com/criticalrole. You get a free 2-week trial. After that, it's just $5 a month. It's less than a cup of coffee. It's less than a bag of dice. And it'll give you peace of mind knowing that all your files are safely and securely and availably up in the cloud.